What's up, everybody? Have I fixed the sound this time? Is it any better? Good morning, by the way. Good evening, everybody. What's up, Rondo? Hey, we had a little happy bavovna today? What's a bavovna? Oh, yes, never mind. Another happy bavovna. What's up, Lennon? Let's see. Are we any better today with the sound? Or are we still, like, fucked? I didn't get to do my stretching because I was running a bit behind. Yay, awesome. Funny thing is, I didn't actually do anything to fix it. It just kind of fixed it itself the next day. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let me get like a decent stretch in because I didn't actually get to, and it's gonna be a painful time if I don't. Oh, also, we're gonna do a thing again where I don't have to wear headphones, but we had to mess with those settings. So, can you hear an echo when I play this funny TikTok while I stretch?
Eat a banana. Now we don't pick it up and peel it like a primate. Here's how to eat a banana. Now we don't pick it up and peel it like a primate. Instead, we use a knife and fork. First, going from one end, cut it off, then cut off the other.
My good man, my body yearns for potassium. Would you have any bananas lingering about in your living quarters? Oh yeah, I have plenty in the kitchen. Just go grab one. I'm sorry, did you say to grab one?
I should be quieter while it's playing, yeah.
Like with my bare hand. What you grab it with is none of my business, brother. By God. Do you believe me to be some sort of simian creature? What pronouns come with that so I can address you accordingly? A simian is a primate, you knave! What would you have me do
This
next?
really, like, does fit with what I view as, like, half of the rich people in the world tend to think like. And I know that this sounds like kind of old school bourgeois, but no, it's still today exactly the same. Honestly, like, there's a distinction between old money and new money when it comes to how much of this old school bourgeois bullshit that they do. But it is funny. They're so out of touch with time. They really are.
Line up 100 men and see if they could defeat me in a bout of fisticuffs like I'm some gorilla. But what century is this, nigga? I have imagined many an ignominious fate for myself, none as primal as divesting a banana of its skin with my bare hands.
The first time I watched a European eat fruit with like a fork and a knife, it was an apple, and I couldn't like, you're gonna eat an apple with a fork and a knife? Least weird Anglo.
It would appear some of us would be safer in a jungle than with the rest of civilization. This, coming from the people who eat wet beans on bread and cheesy fish potatoes.
True!
You dare!
Cheesy fish potatoes and wet beans on bread. John, genuinely, I, a glorious proletariat, eat the apple whole like a noble snake. Including the seeds, because, like, you know those have arsenic in them. I mean, like, not enough to hurt you, but I'm sure it's not good to eat the seeds.
Insult British cuisine! I will not stand for this. I must defeat myself from the likes of a varlet like you.
Just whole in one gulp. Paste. I respect that. I do. Ah. You have to unhinge your jaw a bit. Well, I mean, you did say like a snake, so, you know, I did imagine that that might have had something to do with it. So we're gonna talk about Australia for a hot minute, just to get like a quick bit of news out of the way before we jump into the main topic of today, which is going to be Palantir and the massive data harvesting operation to create a Cyberpunk 1984 a reality, but also how you can protect yourself. What are the ways that they do this? What are they gathering information from? And how this information is being used. So, like, all of that, we're going to go over in just a minute. What's up, Lepus Leo? But I did want to have a quick bit about Australia in here first, because we've had some good news here for a while, and I suppose we were due for some bad news. This is going to sound very familiar to a lot of Americans right here.
This video contains content that may be confronting.
Around 2:30 yesterday afternoon, we were alerted through a social media post from NT Police that there was an incident unfolding here behind us at the supermarket. And when we arrived on scene, the supermarket was shuttered up as it is now, and we could see through the back glass that there were police in the aisles and security weren't letting people in. We heard from eyewitnesses they saw a man being violently thrown to the ground by what they were told were police officers in plain clothes. Eyewitnesses.
Plain-clothed police officers throwing a Aboriginal man to the ground and being very violent with him in a supermarket. In Australia this time. Not common here, really. I mean, like the police beating the Aboriginal man, that's pretty common. The plainclothes police officers doing that, that's not, though. That's new.
Have told us that they saw this man being dealt with in
This is also in the Northern Territory, where there is the most racism towards Aboriginal communities, I believe. It might actually be, like, not specifically the Northern Territory, but more so in regional variants of, like, closer to the outback, maybe, like, crossing over into Queensland, but generally not a thing that you see in the more populated parts of the country, so to say.
Very aggressive manner. They did also see what seemed like a chokehold being used on this man. Police later told us that a 24-year-old Aboriginal man had died after being restrained. They're saying...
And he died. So, plainclothes police restrain a man in a in a supermarket, put him in a chokehold. In fact, even go so far as to, I believe, put their knee on the man's neck, and the man died. So that's pretty fucking familiar to me.
That he was putting items down the front of his clothing when security confronted him, and there was an altercation, and then
honestly, this is more Black Lives Matter era. We haven't even... Oh, you know what? That actually does track, considering Australian politics does tend to be... when I came here, it was 10 years behind America, but it's accelerated, and now we're just about 5. So this really is a 16-esque police behavior from at least the American perspective. So I can see it just really starting to rear its head here. And I don't necessarily think that's an accident. What's up, Shard? Good to see you. And that's okay. You can lurk anytime you like. I hope that you're having a great day, though.
2 plainclothes officers got involved and restrained him. They're saying that he stopped breathing shortly after, and CPR was performed on him before he was taken to the Alice Springs Hospital, where he was declared dead around 2:30. Now, police are putting together a report for the coroner, and pathologists will be flying into Alice Springs today to prepare this autopsy. We've also heard that this man is from...
The case that I'm thinking of, this was an Aboriginal man that the police were abusing. This is an Indian man that the police were also abusing. This happened 6 days ago, where this Aboriginal man died, and I've heard pretty much nothing since. Just pretty unsurprising. Unfortunately, we didn't get the Black Lives Matter movement over here. But this happened today, and this was in South Australia. Wait, don't give me this shitty, like, Indian Express news. Give me the proper, like, news on this from today that I saw this morning. There we go.
Lying on a footpath in the early hours of the morning, a man is captured on CCTV. He's seen walking away, and the moments after this video are now the subject of a police investigation.
It is possible that could end up with a coronial inquest.
Police were called to
this is
Paynham Road
fucking
at
annoying.
Royston Park on Thursday morning after reports a 42-year-old man was assaulting a woman known to him. Police say he violently
different
resisted
case.
officers as they tried to arrest him. He fell unresponsive and was rushed to hospital.
No, there were quite a number of police officers involved. There was obviously one police officer that was the first that
There's
responded,
too many
and
of
then
these cases coming, and like obviously we all know that it's ACAB over here. This is the only true way to respond if the police are detaining or arresting you.
Can I make my phone call? Do I have rights? Can I make my phone call?
Who you gonna call?
Huh?
Who you gonna call?
Your mama.
All right, get your ass in the car.
Okay, but that was.
Sorry to make light, but we do need some levity, and I'm trying to move through that pretty quickly. So as you can see, the slur on the screen, which I'm going to hide now, there was a Nazi rally in Melbourne, and this happened after a murder. And if you can see, you know, from the sign, they say ban N-words, not machetes, and that's because following a stabbing with a machete, Victoria banned machetes, which is interesting. It's very, you know, nanny state, but I'd go further and just ban the fucking Nazis, considering they're already illegal under the Anti-Discrimination Act. Like, I don't know how the National Socialist Network gets to actually exist in this country, because by definition it should be illegal, but...
Good morning. I want to be absolutely clear that here in the state of Victoria, community safety comes first. And we have seen
Well, then ban Nazis!
The weekend 2 incidences in both South Melbourne and at Northland Shopping Centre that were appalling. And I condemn particularly at the incidents and events at Northland Shopping Centre yesterday. At the outset too, can I thank the members of Victoria Police who worked incredibly hard to protect the community and respond incredibly swiftly to these incidences. And I have had the opportunity this morning to speak with Acting Chief Commissioner Bob Hill.
Educating the bigots should be the objective. Like, genuinely, obviously, what do you think it's going to do to ban machetes? I know this is wrong, but I just imagined a bogan Nazi. That is honestly all of them. An incorrigible heathen. And I mean like that I mean bogan in the derogatory fashion here, because like I've seen some funny bogans, some good positive representation of bogans. These are not that. These are the opposite of that.
To both be briefed on the incidences, but also to thank him and through him the members who always every day go out and protect the community. I'd also like to acknowledge
go on to enforce that, because you're already not allowed to carry a knife. You're not allowed to have one on your person for any real reason other than let's say you're collecting flowers and it's to cut it or something. Are swords banned as well? Yeah. You're not really even properly allowed to defend yourself here. And speaking of self-defense, so no knives in Australia? Well, like, you can. It's just you have to know the right way to go about it. Like, you're not allowed to carry one for self-defense. You're not allowed to carry one for really anything that could be reasonably suspiciously seen as a weapon. I don't know. It is bullshit, but it is also a nanny state. But then again, like, depending on who you are, it might not actually make you any safer, considering this example. I mean, this is from the United States, obviously, not Australia. But this is how the New York Post is framing a trans woman who was jumped, was getting beat to death by a postal worker, I think, or sorry, a deli worker, and had a pocket knife on her that she used to stab this attacker, who then died. And she is getting, or actually, yes, I do think that he died. Let me just double check on that. Postal worker, yeah, stabbed to death. I didn't even read the fucking thing. I thought there was a second person here, but I guess not. From at least what I'm seeing, it was just that postal worker. So she gets jumped, she pulls out her knife, she pulls the postal worker, and he dies in her self-defense. She's literally being assaulted in the United States. You do have the right to self-defense in the United States, but apparently that only applies if you're a cis white person now, because pure evil and 15 years for her for literally defending herself. Should have shot him. Knives are too violent. Yeah, literally. At this point, maybe. If this ends up being this way, then maybe, yeah, you do need to have a gun then. Because clearly having a knife, they're going to get charged anyway for self-defense, for saving your own life. Like, she was getting not only assaulted, but he wanted to kill her. There isn't a knife lobby, so no knife rights. Something makes me think that even if she used a gun, she wouldn't have been safe here. And then here's an example of how the New York Post also is framing the death of a gay man. King of the Hill voice actor Jonathan Joss killed in Texas shooting after an argument with his neighbor. An argument in which his neighbor was slurring him, was trying to start a fight. Yeah, like an argument. Just the most bland language ever. They do this with Israel. They do this with everybody. Here, let me pull up an image of the Post. So, statement from Tristan Kern Gonzalez, husband of Jonathan Joss. My husband Jonathan Joss and I were involved in a shooting while checking the mail at the site of our former home. That home was burned down after over 2 years of threats from people in the area who reportedly told us that they would set it on fire. We reported these threats to law enforcement multiple times and nothing was done throughout that time. We were harassed regularly by individuals who made it clear they did not accept our relationship. Much of the harassment was openly homophobic. When we returned to the site and checked our mail, we discovered a skull of one of our dogs, its harness placed in clear view. This caused both of us severe emotional distress. Yeah, no shit, like that would absolutely. We began yelling and crying in response to the pain of what we saw. While we were doing this, a man approached us. He started yelling violent homophobic slurs at us, and then he raised a gun from his lap and fired. So an argument, right? Just a fucking argument. Demons. The New York Post is run by demons, and honestly, so is the United States. Jonathan and I had no weapons. We were not threatening anyone. We were grieving. We were standing side by side when the man fired. Jonathan pushed me out of the way. He saved my life. Jonathan is my husband. He gave me more love in our time together than most people ever get. We were newlyweds. We picked Valentine's Day. We were in the process of looking at a trailer and planning our future. He was murdered by someone who could not stand the sight of two men loving each other. I was with him when he passed. I told him how much he was loved. To everyone who supported him, his fans, his friends, know that he valued you deeply. He saw you as family. My focus now is on protecting Jonathan's legacy and honoring the life that we built together. If your concern is how someone coped with trauma or how loudly they speak when recounting injustice, being ignored by authorities, and you never truly cared about my husband. Jonathan saved my life, and I will carry that forward. I will protect what he built. Tristan Kern de Gonzalez. Well, Tristan, I am honestly shocked and happy at your response at that. That would break most people. That would break me, honestly. But it's not just evil that this shit comes from, right? There is an actual cause to it.
Oh.
And we've discussed this pieces throughout various streams, but recently a newspaper came out that really does kind of hammer it home. And I mean, it's not surprising necessarily. First and foremost, let's get a overview of this from a talking head, but I do actually have a nice little block of obsidian here for us to take a look at afterward. Soon, HOAs will use AI bots to fine you 24/7. You should fine the HOA using that same tactic, by the way. I mean, to be fair, don't use AI bots because, they're bad for you and they waste water, but you could have a regular bot do that. Just program like a proper bot. I've shown videos on how there's people that specifically go out of their way to inconvenience the HOA. Not that long ago, there was a guy who literally ran for the vice president seat of the HOA because no decisions could be like made without both the president and the vice president agreeing. And it was the president, like, you were never going to get that seat because of the people on the board, but there wasn't competition for the vice president. And so this person then won and started blocking everything the HOA wanted to do until they stopped, pissing him off specifically. There's a lot that you can do within the scope of the law there. And being a Karen and being a pest is a great tactic, really. But so, authoritarianism in the brain, structural MR correlates associated with polarized left and right-wing ideological traits. So let's have a quick overview of this, and then we'll look into some of the details here.
Oh my God, a new study on the brains of authoritarians. We have to talk about
this. This is a TikToker who is actually like a neuroscientist.
Right-wing authoritarians have less volume in the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex, and they have greater negative urgency. Negative urgency is the tendency to...
We knew that already. We know that a lot of generally not even like right-wing people, but people who are reactionary have lower volume in their prefrontal cortex because that controls impulses. And this is psychology 100% relates to politics, and it bothers me that we don't talk about it as much. You need to combine the psychological and the sociological analysis with the analysis of the material conditions.
To act rashly when distressed. The authors link this negative urgency to, quote, dogmatic, intolerant attitudes aimed at protecting one's identity and security, as well as aggressive behavioral tendencies. Now, the
nobody's rational when they're stressed, pre-breakfast banana. Well, actually, that's not true, because you can be stressed to a point where it increases your functionality, but too much of that, then yes, it decreases it. This, by the way, is incredibly non-surprising. Or like the fact that they are stressed because they want to protect what they view as their way of life under attack. Like they say this. It's not even like a question of if or not.
Medial prefrontal cortex, what does that do? It is involved with fear and anxiety information processing. Oh my God, that one. Integrating social impressions, empathy, altruism, theory of mind, which is basically the ability to...
So kind of like all of the things that I have been saying that conservatives lack and why I don't consider them people like us. One more time.
Which is basically the ability to understand somebody else's way of thinking and feeling. Complex decision-making. Processing a sense of self, which is perhaps why right-wingers are less self-aware. Morality judgments.
Scientifically lacking empathy, morality, cognitive ability,
and top-down motor cortex inhibition. So you see how all the pieces come together, right? More anxiety and more fear without the emotional intelligence to properly deal with it. Connected to...
Which is why it works so well to propagandize to these people from the right's perspective of constant fear-mongering and hate. It's just everything is coming to kill you and take everything you love, and you should hate the people that are responsible for it. Here they are. Look at them. Look how much you hate them. Look how much you're afraid of them. And that, from the beginning of the day all the way until you go to bed, will make you literally insane.
You have to live my way, the way that I'm familiar with, or you're a threat style thinking, which is in part due to the inability to understand people who are different, and then acting rashly and aggressively towards that perceived threat. It's like that saying, when you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. When your brain is more often in fight or flight mode, everything seems like a threat. The authors...
This is why they're slashing education. Your prefrontal cortex develops during adolescence. Actually, it is part of why they're slashing education. It actually is one of the reasons. They do have the formula to capture those minds. The thing is, like, so do we all. From this information, by the way, you can correlate that, by the way, the left exists entirely separately from the right. In fact, this video is going to go on in a second to explain this, and I have more data on the subject of that there is a correlation, actually a direct correlation between left wing authoritarians and right-wing authoritarians, in that a lot of their views are mediated through the lens of anxiety. Is it true that Elon and Trump broke up? No, not really. Like, it's gonna look like it, but Elon left not because he's mad at, like, Trump, but he's sad that everyone hates him. He left because he's miserable, and he got fired. Not really left. He got fired for being too drunk in the office. Or not drunk, on drugs. Jesus, maybe I'm drunk. Elon got fired for the Oval Office interview, where he was just, like, losing it. Woo, woo, woo. He can be more miserable. We can do better. And now we have some formula. We have some data, actually, specifically to figure out how to make him more miserable. Elon got punched in the face. Yeah, it's either Stephen Miller or Scott Bessent. Those are the two reported people who could have punched him in the face.
There's also looked into left-wing authoritarianism and the anti-hierarchical aggression that they define as being part of left-wing authoritarianism correlated negatively with a cortical thickness cluster in the right anterior insula. And left-wing authoritarian tendencies broadly correlated with anxiety. So again, we see anxiety and fear connected with authoritarian tendencies. Now, the insula might be familiar because of this video, where in fact greater activity in the insula correlated with progressive views, which is the opposite of what we find with the left-wing authoritarianism. Its functions include compassion, empathy, taste, perception, motor control, self-awareness. We see this pop up again.
Can we acknowledge for a second that if the left posterior insula is generally larger for those that are on the left and lack the authoritarianism, and that is also the part of the brain that the fact that
of what we find with the left-wing authoritarianism. Its functions include compassion, empathy,
taste, and perception are all better on the left.
Taste, perception, motor control.
Motor control, also better on the left.
Self-awareness, we see this pop up again. Cognitive functioning.
Cognitive functioning. Shocking to me that leftists have a higher ability to function cognitively. Clearly I don't, but, you know, general leftists do.
Interpersonal experience and awareness of homeostatic emotions such as hunger, pain, and fatigue. So
that one threw me off, though. The homeostatic emotions such as hunger and fatigue. It is very funny that we scientifically have data that shows that we have better taste than the right. So no wonder right-wingers make terrible food. No wonder that these people have no joy, Jard. This is revolutionary right here. The fact that we can prove that they have no taste and that they are miserable people. And part of that is from fear, but they have no joy because of it. Wait, so like leftism is associated with the taste as in deliciousness or taste as in like style and discernment? Both. Sanjay Kankar. I mean, like, taste is in the secondary there, the latter, but the former also makes sense. Deliciousness, food is science. It's like chemistry to cook. And it's also kind of an art form. And we know that the right can't do art or science. So also makes sense why libertarians in the US can't fucking cook. You repeat yourself. Those are the same as the right.
So funny enough, in this way, left-wing authoritarians have an overlap with people on the right, which I think affirms my interpretation of the data, which is that left-wing authoritarianism doesn't really exist. It is in fact an off-branch of right-wing authoritarianism.
And I agree with this, by the way. This is why I often say, and I get pushback from this, of there's no such thing as leftists who are authoritarian. Because if they're authoritarian, then they're not actually leftists. And you can see that in the data.
It's just accompanied by left-wing sounding talking points. Because you can't be authoritarian and anti-hierarchy.
Yeah, those two things are 100% conflicting. So, I'm going to link the two studies in chat so you guys can have a look for yourselves. They don't like change, and simple familiar things aren't scary, though this does clash with my mom being a socialist and hating the concept of flavor, and my former Republican dad liking spicy shit. Well, obviously, like, it's not everybody, and brains are weird, but this is a general correlation. It's also not causation, it's correlation. So, authoritarianism in the brain, structural MR correlates associated with polarized left and right wing ideology. Throw me into methodology first. So 100 volunteers in this study, which is not a particularly large sample size, but from what I've seen, they did this in several different variants of testing, like, I mean, using full brain scans, of doing both CT, MR, and VBM cluster. Okay, yeah, absolutely. I have it all in the Obsidian doc, but I do actually want to have a look through this before we get there at the methodology. The vast majority were undergraduate, given that they were recruited from the student community via local announcements and word of mouth. All participants were right-handed according to the Edinburgh handedness inventory, and none of them referred a history of psychiatric, neurological, or severe medical disorders. None had ever experienced a traumatic brain injury, loss of consciousness, and as inclusion criteria, all participants had a scaled score under 8 within the normality range on the matrix of the reasoning test. All right, let's jump to the results. So, behavioral data. Descriptive results for the actual variables included in the study are presented in Table 1. Yeah, I'm not smart enough to actually, like, read all of this on the spot, but give me, like, a summary. A summary. Aha. Well, you can actually just look at the, really not going to make this bigger for right-wingers. The right-wing residuals on gray matter volume very clearly goes down. That graph is alone an indicator, but then you also see this in both the whole brain scans as well as the CT analysis. That actually doesn't have too much of a difference between the two. I am liking the way that this was done. And the second here is is from 2020. I think we've shown this one on stream before, in that how different political attitudes are impacted by neurological factors. Previously, like, I have talked about how cortisol, a hormone that's produced when you're stressed out, can genuinely just cause damage to your brain, especially if it's regular stress. I mean, like, if you're constantly over and over and over and over again feeling this, it does definitely have an effect here. So, from the structured MRI links authoritarian attitudes to specific brain regions. Shrinkage in dark matter, well, not dark matter, gray matter. Social reasoning deficits on the right-wing authoritarian side. The right anterior insula thinning equals empathy, impulse control issues on the left-wing authoritarian side, but that does also exist on the right, because both show examples of it, because there's actually only right-wing authoritarianism. So both camps share impulsivity, dogmatic, prejudiced, and pro-censorship views in some cases, as well as the progressives boost cognitive flexibility, emotional regulation, empathy, free speech framing. Right-wingers have shrinkage, truly shocking. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, this is a produced effect, right? It's not just a genetic thing. I mean, in fact, I would go so far as to say it's not at all a genetic thing, that it's only an environmental thing, because you're not just born stupid. No one's born, you know, innately anything. You might be born with a predisposition to reactionary thinking, and that might make it easier for you to go down this road, but not guaranteed in any possible way. So community and campus participants, psychometrics, used like the Barrett impulsivity test and whatnot, all these things. You can have a actual look at all that. That's too sciencey for me. I just like threw it down for those that are able to read that. But the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex volume, moral judgment and perspective, taking behaviors, thoughts, all of these dropped on the right-wing authoritarian side. Now we're going to compare and contrast both the left and the right, but before that, I just do want to address that anxiety, trauma, both 100% tie into these authoritarian traits, whether you're from the left or from the right, to begin with, which, by the way, means that a leftist who's not already authoritarian can become authoritarian through a experience of trauma, an experience of anxiety and high stress. And I think that is pretty easily demonstrated by looking at people like Anna Kasparian. She used to be progressive, and she's now a right-wing a left-leaning right authoritarian. Fetterman literally has brain damage in his dorsomedial prefrontal cortex. Like that's exactly where his brain damage is. So yes, Fetterman as well. Fetterman having it, you know, the quick way. On a Kasparian, also like from the assault, Trump. No, Trump is just like a different story of this. It's a long-term buildup of that. Oh, what's up, Dan? It's just passing by. Is that neuroscience? It is indeed. I just looked at YouTube chat. What's up, long leg Homo sapien? And so, like, either you're looking at a short-term, immediate change in brain function in either, again, the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex, or what was it? The what's the name of the place? I lost that part of the brain. God damn it. I'm gonna have to open the thing up. I am. And this was in the insula. There we go. The anterior insula. It makes a pretty big difference. So high anxiety, and trait anxiety is different because trait anxiety is anxiety that you are predisposed to genetically. I like it when you do academic streams. Well, it's not necessarily just academic stream, but I do think this is going to tie into a lot of what we're talking about. It is fun when we do it this way, but I sound pretty silly when I don't properly have the time to analyze it, because all of this I just saw this morning. So I did this before stream. Are we psychoanalyzing today? We are. And what we're psychoanalyzing are these two links, long live Homo sapien, from chat, and these show that there is a physical difference in the minds of authoritarians, whether they're left or right. I could see it being from cortisol buildup in Trump from his trash dad and being forced to run a business. Exactly, and that's what I mean. When you're talking about a long-term buildup of the cortisol from that stress, from that trauma, from having a shit parent, it leads to long-term authoritarian behaviors, whether or not you have that trait anxiety or whether your anxiety comes from behavioral or rather environmental factors. Well, I should do that more because I always feel very self-conscious reading the academic papers because I don't know all of the like symbols and the words and what they mean, and just going through a like broader analysis tends to be better, but I will do that more then. Cool. So other than that though, early trauma, as we said, can rewire the brain's stress circuits, heightening vigilance, lowering the baseline of trust. And then on top of that, chronic stress reinforces cognitive rigidity. Think about chronic stress when it comes to the left much more, and how people on the left can get radicalized to the right. Because part of the idea of the capitalist society that we exist in is to produce chronic stress. They want you to be that way anyway. Whether or not it's for this purpose or not, it just has a dual use purpose there. Moral absolutism definitely makes things worse. And chronic anxiety and trauma lead to amygdala activation and can reduce ACC in the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex. No study has proven causation, correlation only, but these are well-documented risk factors, and therapeutic interventions such as trauma care, informed resilience building, lower authoritarian appeals. So literally therapy makes it harder for this to happen. It's like, this is stuff that we've known for a long time, but it is really nice to see data on the subject that, like, continues to show that it is true. I respect that what I said is barely a step up from phrenology, but I do stand by it. It's very much a step up from phrenology, though, because phrenology is not based in anything that's actually causing anything. Like, it's just bullshit. There's not even correlative data for phrenology for the most part. Aside from, like, dead eyes, that's the only real bit of, like, actual phrenology that has any supporting data. This is just genetics and social structures, as well as, like, nature and nurture all coming together. So, shared psychological traits, though, before we get to specifically the left-wing authoritarians and the right-wing authoritarians, is impulsivity under distress. When you are stressed out, if you want to drink, if you want to do drugs, if you act out, if you go shopping, these are impulsive actions that people do to cope with distress. Dogmatism, people who are unwilling to engage with disagreements, people who are unwilling to change their positions, people who are unwilling to even listen to other people's positions. Prejudices versus rivals. Surprise, surprise. You know, being a racist makes it, or, you know, just any kind of prejudice makes it more likely for you to be an authoritarian. And support for censorship does also make you more likely to be an authoritarian. Substances are a big unconscious cope. Yeah, they're like the biggest unconscious cope. So, going from left to right, I suppose, one of the factors that leads to higher amounts of authoritarianism on the left is anti-hierarchical aggression, hostility towards hierarchies and traditional power, sometimes punitively. You know, eat the rich, bring up the guillotines, that kind of language does have a correlation with left-wing authoritarians. Top-down censorship, support for silencing dissent, and deemed harmful or unjust. I disagree here, because, like, I don't think that it's censorship to support silencing harmful dissent. And by this, I mean, like, you shouldn't be able to say lies on television if you are an elected official or a newscaster. This is technically censorship, but it is harmful and it is unjust. And it isn't actually censoring anyone. Like, it creates less censorship through enacting censorship, because by censoring that harmful media, you open the door to quite a lot more to take its place that is not harmful. But, like, that's nuance, and a lack of ability to do nuance is one of the factors here for authoritarianism. And rigid moral certainty, certitude in a singular, usually progressive moral vision. Yeah, I mean, like, think about this in the context of liberals who just hate the left, like actual leftists. Really, I think a lot of this applies to liberals that then become right-wing authoritarians. They're not actually left-wing. Like, the left-wing authoritarianism from leftists is just red fascism. And the liberals are the ones that are actually being brought over through these means, because these means aren't bringing over the leftists. They got brought over through these means already. Like, all of this already made them authoritarians. They just sound a bit to the left, and then these factors are what then bring over more people to their end, pretending to be the left. Now, right-wing authoritarians, they are submissive. They have deference to perceived legitimate authority. By the way, it's very funny to call right-wingers submissive. It makes them very mad. And you can see that in authoritarian aggression, willingness to harm those labeled as threats by authority. They do love to get mad. especially when you question not only them, but their authority. Believe it or not, I used to be a mildly conservative libertarian back like 12 years ago. I've been watching some of their podcasts recently and tried to like tap back into that mindset just to see how it operates today. And oh, the libs versus lefty fights online is already starting back up again. Oh, like of course, like it always will. And that fight is often produced by the right anyway. Long live Homo sapien. The right loves it when the libs and the left fight. But you being a mildly conservative libertarian like 12 years ago and then growing out of it probably comes from a place of not having the issues that these people do, in inability to cope with your trauma, in inability to cope with your anxiety, a chronic amount of it, a chronic amount of stress. Also, you clearly have higher cognitive functioning than the average right-winger does based on everything that you've ever seen, but also the data. Conventionalism, a strong attachment to tradition and norms, often very clear on the right, as we see with, like Make America Christian again, Make America this again or that again, everything's back how it used to be. There is no let's make it better than it was before. Can truth be regarded as subjective in this context? Absolutely. There is like some objective truths in this, but a lot of truths are subjective. Like, for example, it is a objective truth that there is a correlation between reduced gray matter in the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex as well as the anterior insula in authoritarian behaviors and traits. And that there is objectively a truth in that there is a tie-in when it comes to emotional distress, particularly anxiety and trauma and anger and fear. But the like specific things that we take from that are subjective. You were educated and also a minority, so statistical odds I wasn't lasting long on the right. Yeah, probably. Although they have plenty of minorities now. Remember, we got multicultural Nazism now. Motives: fear of disorder, threat sensitivity, and a desire for stability. They don't want change. They are sensitive to anything that they consider different because different is a threat in their mind. And they don't like things not going the way that they plan to. Disorder, chaos, expected happenings, surprises, really. And as well as the lower gray matter volume in the left anterior cingulate cortex, which is tied to lower cognitive flexibility and weaker conflict monitoring. So they're changing their mind is harder, as well as them actually understanding what they're arguing about is also much weaker. They don't even know what they're arguing about, and you can't change their mind. It's like you don't even need the study to see it. Like, we've known this shit for so long. They display all of these traits. A larger right amygdala associated with heightened threat reactivity and vigilance. This is also generally true for anyone who suffers like extended amounts of trauma. Other people said that this too in different settings. Like, yeah, they do this shit in every way. And you can see that, by the way, on the left authoritarians as well, because they are also on the right, that there is a inability for like your average tanky to change their mind. And there's also an inability for them to understand what they're arguing about. The brain matter from exercise / lack of exercising these things. Well, yeah, you exercising critical thinking is exercising your brain like a muscle, and it grows your ability to not fall into these patterns, to cope with trauma and anxiety, to not be as reactive. And again, like the shared psychological traits with the liberals generally, who then become left-leaning authoritarians, or just the leftist like authoritarians who are red fascists, is impulsivity under distress, dogmatism, prejudice versus rivals, and support for censorship. One thing that I can recall is being on the right carries heavy main character, mythological, personal narrative syndrome. Life is about your journey, so the sense of rules staying the same and important for people like that, and the sense of anyone breaking the rules is mind-breaking, because the rules are like what we base this web through, which you and your main character journey, you start to default trust authority, easily have no issues with authoritarianism. And actually, that's 100% visible here too. You're gonna see later down in this, in that there is a correlation with narcissism, and that everything is about me, my personal narrative, mythological story. That's a narcissistic trait. It's not necessarily even narcissism, but just narcissistic traits does increase that. And then you also see like increases in black and white thinking, emerging from rapid social change or backlash against perceived systemic oppression, at least on the left side, and often targets outgroups and minorities, more prevalent in context of social and economic instability on the right side. But I mean, we've seen exactly this play out on the right, as well as them targeting minorities. America's narcissistic societies, like sociologically speaking, absolutely. That's 100% true, because everyone in America considers their neighbors like the enemy. My house is my castle. It's the hyper-individualism again. This is literally just what we've been talking about on this channel for literally months now, but put into words from a study, data. It's kind of hilarious that it's the same thing. It's the same thing. And we'll have a look at it from like the Marxist lens and like the economic roots of this and what this means for messaging. But continuing down like the shared trait overlaps, because again, I don't actually believe that you can be an authoritarian and be on the left. I think that that is fundamentally conflicting with being on the left. And I think that this is why I also don't consider non-progressive liberals, because progressive liberals I do consider to be part of the left, but just like the average of the Democratic Party, I don't consider to be on the left. Would be because of dangerous world schema, interpreting society as high risk or hostile. You see this as true both in the right and generally, broadly, in the world. Most people think that society is more hostile today interpersonally. Now, society is more hostile broadly, but interpersonally, that's not necessarily true, especially when you're not talking about the United States, and especially when you're talking about people that are engaging with their own community. Cognitive rigidity, struggle to update beliefs or tolerate ambiguity. People fucking hate ambiguity. Is it this or that? They cannot handle that. Most people can't. Some degree, the main character syndrome does function of motivational fuel for people. There's a healthy way to use it, and it's kind of all exploited these days. Oh, absolutely. Preference for strong authority during perceived threat or instability. This goes back to right-wingers being submissive. Right-wing authoritarians want someone to protect them. They are afraid, and they need that, like, protection. And so submitting to a perceived strong authority to protect them is the way that they always have gone. That's like clear in fascism, at least from like the beginning of the analysis. Black and white thinking, us versus them thinking. Every right-winger is incapable of being changed. That kind of thinking, when we're talking about like from the left view or from the right view, is every liberal is insane from their view. Willingness to endorse political violence, but targets differ. This is absolutely the case. This is why for the entirety of my time on this channel, I've talked about why I don't agree with violent revolutions, that we should never be aiming for a violent revolution from the left, because it wouldn't be from the left. Both left-wing authoritarian and right-wing authoritarianism is linked to reduced dorsal medial prefrontal cortex volume, rigid social cognition, altered insula, specifically decrease in that anterior insula, anxiety and emotions, and the lower ability to monitor like threats, to be able to pay attention to what you're talking to be able to actually understand the arguments that you're having. Authoritarianism is tied into anxiety, as we've seen, and to mitigate this, you can see critical thinking education, building tolerance for ambiguity is step number 1. Is everything doesn't need to have an answer. It's okay to be nuanced. It's okay to be, going through a topic and exploring all sides of it. And even if one side of what you're exploring doesn't necessarily make sense, or it's not, fully backed by data, like, it's still worth looking at and analyzing and thinking about. And the ability to do this, but not only just the ability, but the desire to critically think, is part of not being an authoritarian. Reducing black and white thinking, dialogue, supporting honest cross-group interventions, not interventions, conversations, and to break echo chambers, to intervene in that when you see it in people on your side. I think there should be more left-wing interventions of messaging that is authoritarian but comes from the left when you see it. The way that Trump's brain works with insults, name-calling, telling lies, all of it jammed up his opponents in the first run. People don't know how to respond to him. And it's because of this, though. It's because people don't know how to respond to, violence that's not violent. Violence that's verbal. Honestly, the other bit of it is that Donald Trump is genuinely funny. In some of his insults. Didn't he call Ted Cruz's wife like a dog wife back in 2016? Like, I'm so, like, it's bad. Don't do that. I don't like it. It's a horrible thing to say, but it was objectively funny to hear on stage, Guru bros are always tapping into it, but it's also, I suspect, a strange reason why a lot of crystal-loving health gurus also end up on the right. Oh, absolutely. I would go so far as to say that they go through this specific pipeline. They go through the left-wing authoritarianism pipeline. I've said this before, but many, many, many people that we would have considered hippies 2 decades ago, I mean, like, they counterculture, they like crystals and tarot cards and astrology, and would go to like Woodstock back in the 70s, ended up on the right. Even like, think about people who were activists, who were pro-gay rights, just queer liberation way back in the day, ended up on the right because of this, because of the same issues of fear, anxiety, of trauma, and of stress, chronic amounts of stress, as well as like some people having a predisposition to this type of behavior. Naomi Klein's book was big on this, when the hippies flipped to the right hard after COVID. Which book? The one after COVID. Oh, I know the one you're talking about. The Mirror World one. The one that she most recently wrote about like people confusing her with Naomi Wolf. That was a good ass fucking book. I love Naomi Klein. Genuinely. Always a good read. Doppelganger. Yes, that was what it was called. But like, you see that. Yeah, 100%. This stays with us the whole time. This is part of the reason why, like, we have TERFs in the first place. Because the idea of TERFs, not ever in, like, reality, by the way, that was all manufactured, but, like, the idea was starting from a perspective of, this is feminism. And that's how you get the left-wing people to agree to authoritarianism. The interesting thing about this study is its universality. The data set is Spanish citizens, and yet it applies anywhere. Imagine using US citizens as the cohort. I would love to see that. And yeah, like, even with the small subset of the, like, Spanish citizens that they use 100, like, young Spanish boys, not even girls, but yeah, the universality of this is it applies so broadly and so clearly that it's objectively, some of this is right. Some of it might just be, correlative, but some of this is causative. Willingness to endorse political violence, but targets differ, as well as, oh wait, no, we already read that one. We were back in mitigation. Duh. Trauma-informed care, addressing the root anxieties, not just the surface politics, a thing that we literally will never do under our current system, because the current system benefits those in power. Not addressing the surface politics benefits those authoritarians in charge. Economic safety nets, reducing precarity and baseline threat, reducing poverty. Because poverty reduces crime, like poverty increases crime. Reducing poverty gets rid of crime. Reducing crime gets rid of anxiety about crime. Reducing, poverty gets rid of violence to an extent when it comes to crime, which then reduces fear. It reduces domestic violence, which then also reduces fear and anxiety, and so on and so on. This is generational trauma shit being constantly reactivated through these means by all of the media that you engage with, from the beginning of your day till the end, even on the left. And that's where I'm going to bring this to in a minute, because there are implications here in messaging from the left that we could change, that I'm learning from. But finally, build community, strengthen support networks to counter isolation. Again, directly from, the data. I'm kind of a little proud of myself here, because I've been saying almost all of this stuff as like the main message of Stream. And to broaden mental health and social security access, prevention, not just treatment. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. It's the same thing. It's reduce poverty. When people flip from left to far right like that, it is my suspicion that their basis in the left was never material. It was a vague sense of freedom, free-spiritedness. In fact, that's the root of so many people on the right. Why to us it feels like that they don't believe in reality. The reality is that the vague sensations of freedom, journey, narrative, mythology, whereas the left is very focused on the material world. Absolutely. And I agree. The right just sees material benefits as handouts, and that cheapen the sense of the journey. And really, in the ideal sense, I would agree if we didn't live in a, system that required material benefits to be considered. If those were, standard, then yes, increasing some people's material benefits over others would be cheapening the journey. But from their perspective, it already is fixed. Everything's fine. The system works perfectly. There's no issues. There is no exploitation from their point of view. And that's why it's okay for them. I think it would be important to study the effects of cults versus this data. That would be incredibly interesting to look at. I think that it would stay pretty consistent, because most of what makes a cult and how cults message to people they want to join their cult are essentially the same thing. Cults thrive hard on that mythological narrative shit. It's the same thing. The right is a cult, and so is the tanky left, which again is just the right, because the data shows that there is a direct correlation between the brains of left-wing authoritarians and the brains of right-wing authoritarians that left-wing non-authoritarians have the opposite of. There is an increase in your interior, god damn it again with the insula. There's an increase in the thickness of your insula in your brain when you are non-authoritarian and progressive. And so the opposite of that, when you're authoritarian and on the left, just shows that that fits better with the right than it does with the left, because you have still the decrease in your dorsomedial prefrontal cortex to consider. And then if you look at this from the Marxist lens, capitalist economies often drive alienation, insecurity, social atomization, which is what they have done. This is the society that we live in. That's what produced all of this. The economic stress of job loss, of precarity, of inequality, of wages, of paying your rent, and of having the ability to organize for your labor. All of this is part of the risk here. Honestly, I think 50% of tankies are just provocateurs. Oh yeah, absolutely. They're either bots or Russians or Israelis or whatever it is. They're not actually tankies. They're also not on the left in any way. Anyway, tankies aren't a left thing. They're just a subsect of the right. Maybe we're the weird ones for actually believing in the material world. Yeah, absolutely. Like, we're the weird ones for, you know, we can touch this and see this and measure this and it should matter, you know? That's weird. Brains are weird, man. People are weird. Weird is a sense of subjective, like, perspective on any given subject. And weird, I think, is a positive thing. Some people see weird as a bad thing. It's interesting how language also plays into this because, like, part of it is, you know, for mitigation and resistance, dialogue, honest cross group conversations, and critical thinking. The language around that increases your ability to move out of the authoritarian pipeline, whereas like echo chambers 100% increase your risk of ending up in the pipeline. Heightened insecurity primes people to seek certainty, order, and strong leadership. If you are afraid, if you don't know what's coming next, then you're more likely to look to somebody to tell you that. Mankind is caught in stages of evolution, and we all are. All things are. Like, nothing is ever in its final stage of evolution unless it's about to die. And that's okay. And learning from this, we can improve, right? We can evolve as even just like the left, but as humans. Authoritarian movements thrive when material conditions worsen, not just when political culture shifts. And they are worsening the material conditions, as well as shifting the political culture. And so, being able to express this is important in a way that doesn't get people to stop paying attention, in a way that doesn't start having you doom spiraling. We need to be able to explain this to people who now we can verify via data are dumber, have less cognitive ability, have a difficulty in understanding the conversation that they're having, especially when they're having an argument. And I mean, like, what else was it? Heightened threat reactivity, so you have to make them feel calm, that it's not a threat. You know, they're looking for all kinds of threats everywhere where there don't exist any. They haven't, like, a lacking ability to do moral reasoning, so obviously, like, we've seen clear indications that trying to, like, be moral in the messaging of do this because it's the right thing doesn't work with these people. They don't have that. They have fears of disorder, threat sensitivity, and desire for stability. So frame it through who you're talking to and what works for them. Id, ego, superego, subconscious, conscious, conscientious, instinct, passion, reason. Most of the world is still stuck in the middle of conscientious and are the minority. Yeah, absolutely. Conscientious. That's like 1 in 10 billion these days, which means like non-existent, really. And systemic change, security, healthcare, social support, plus personal care are needed to reduce the authoritarian drift. Which how do you do that if they're already in power? If they have done the opposite of this, it will increase the authoritarian drift. We're going to see that. And to be able to reverse it, we need to do these things that we need power for. So right now, I really do think the only way forward, and like we've talked a bit about this in a joking way, and I don't mean this as a broad political strategy. I mean this interpersonally. One-to-one. I mean, you to your right-wing neighbor, you to your right-wing parents, your brother, your sibling, your cousins, your uncle, whatever it is. Someone that you can understand through this lens. Apply these lessons to your conversations with them and move them over. Whether you have to, like, lie to them, whether you have to frame it manipulatively, I don't care. I don't care. Now, you could say that's left-wing authoritarian, but you got to remember that all of this is written from the perspective that we don't already live in fascism and we're literally trying to not die because these people want to literally kill all of us, and we're going to see more about that today. These people are literally, like, insane. Like, they're too far gone down the doom hole that they're coming up on the other side of the lake on this side. So, like, realistically, you could just put that over there and then, yeah, like they're coming all the way over here and moving their way back. Ideally, before they take power, I think that's that the left has to find ways to speak to the mythological nature of the authoritarian mind. Absolutely. What's up, Shufa Poofer? Good to see you. But like now that they're in power, though, Long Look Homo Sapien, we still need to be able to do this. And the implication being promoting cognitive flexibility, Steelman Socratic method. I don't know how to do this with the right. That's on an interpersonal level, like you should be framing these points to them of like cognitive flexibility, emotional regulation, empathy, free expression, the things that we talk about from the perspective of what they're terrified of. Like not doing this will cause their fears is the best way to go about it. By not learning how to control their emotions, to regulate their emotions. How to like talk about this, by the way, is important because the words that we use are going to be from the left. Like, you know, you have to talk about this in the way that like the boys at the bar Friday night after like 7 drinks could handle, you know? You want to talk about this where like the average person at a NASCAR track could have a conversation about it. So like you have to dumb it down to a level that is at least a starting point. And that's why I'm saying do this interpersonally with people that you know in real life. I have some ideas. Please feel free to share. And let us know if they work, if you try them. But the overall basis of these 2 papers is that the ways to mitigate authoritarianism is critical thinking, emotional regulation skills, dialogue, trauma care, building economic safety nets, having community in person, and obviously like changing policies that that produce this kind of effect. I think that it's really cool. These were, you know, like references, some sources for further reading. I can link this actual like entire Obsidian thing to you guys later, because part of what we're going to be discussing today is how to survive surveillance capitalism, especially with the new system that is being built by Palantir, which is not new at all, by the way, surprising many that this has existed for a while. Did you guys know that Palantir, for example, did all of this in New Orleans from like 2016 onward? That they were doing this in Los Angeles from like 2012 onward, that they were working with law enforcement in these states to fly drones all over the state to gather facial recognition data, to gather like what's on your phone, your metadata, and all of this. They did this during the Black Lives Matter protests. They did this during this is how they call it Luigi Mangione. If he actually was the shooter, this is 100% the way that they caught him. How to at least manage to stay somewhat safe in that environment is what we're going to talk about. And I think that like the social engineering that comes from knowing this is important. I think that's like social engineering is one of the very few things that the tech sector can't overtake, because people will always be susceptible to it. And by the way, so are machines. Quote, hey bro, I know this isn't fascism, it's just like a media spin, but like, isn't it weird that the word is even on the table? Like, I feel like we're in weird territory if that's kind of the argument you gotta be fighting off. I don't know, it just seems kind of weird. Bro, like, what if they're just killing people and they just didn't tell us? Wouldn't it be, like, wouldn't we never know until it's too late? Yes! Get them questioning shit. Like, scare them. Have them slowly find the fear that they should have. What if, you know, they're building all of this to deport the illegals and, you know, go after the radical leftists. But like, what if, after Trump, the next president, you know, still assuming that it's democracy, the next president is a Democrat, and that Democrat is like Gavin Newsom, because fuck Gavin Newsom. Like, it's Gavin Newsom, and he starts using like the Palantir technology against like us. What about that? You know, like, you can use this kind of messaging to scare the fuck out of these people and have them change their position somewhat. Gavin Newsom is a good universal punching bag. Exactly. Exactly. Because it's Gavin fucking Newsom. Who cares? Who cares? But looking at all of this, it makes it much easier for me to understand why people can have thoughts like the brains like this, like a thought process that could lead to
This is interesting. There was an attempted coup. A bunch of people stormed a government building. It wasn't that big of a deal. It's not like anybody got hurt. No, it looks like some people died, including some police officers. And then before the election, there was hyperinflation and some pretty big economic concerns. Yeah, the price of eggs and sliced cheese got ridiculous. And the rhetoric about those people is pretty intense. Poisoning the blood of the country. He's just saying they need to leave the country and stop taking our jobs, that's all. Threatening journalists who criticize him with legal threats of imprisonment and dismantling the public's trust in the media by calling them oppressive lies. Well, what's he supposed to do? Just let him keep lying about him and covering up the real news? I mean, come on. They went after higher education, punishing universities that didn't adhere to their political ideologies and started telling them who they could and couldn't accept as students. It's about time. Everyone knows colleges are just liberal brainwashing factories. Then they started sending people they considered enemies of the state to foreign gulags, even their own citizens, and arresting any citizens that tried to stop it. Yeah, people shouldn't be helping other people that are breaking the law. And also, a lot of those people are from El Salvador, so they're really just going home. El Salvador? What are you talking about? Donald Trump. What are you talking about? I was reading the history of Germany in the 1920s and 30s and the events that led up to the Holocaust.
Oops. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of us could see exactly where that was going. But
someone called the cops
how
on
you end up there at that type of thought process. Oh, don't worry, SM. We're gonna talk about Obsidian even like in the segment that I'm gonna do on how to stay safe, because Obsidian's actually a really good place that you can keep encrypted encrypted information and your files in a way that is safer than most. Like, it's a vault. It's better than throwing it in a Google Docs. It's better than throwing it in Microsoft, because all of that stuff is just going to get fed to their AI anyway. University of Florida just elected a new president, and the Florida Board of Governors is blocking it. It's Florida. They don't have democracy. It's, like, not surprising in any way. But, again, on top of all of that, it's also where we get the idea of, like, these uber misogynist guys. Those uber misogynist guys not just base their beliefs off misogyny, but it's also those same brain patterns that lead to that. Is it legal? No. But, like, there's no law for the right in America. They get to do whatever they like. It's only illegal if you are on the left and you try and do it, or you are brown, or an immigrant, or queer, a woman. Did you guys see, for example, this actually off topic, but this kind of drove me wild a bit. Did you guys know that during the Memorial Day speech that Hegseth gave, he had a little American flag handkerchief that had the 1776 flag on it? And also in that speech, he specifically ignored, like, every woman that has ever fought for the United States when he was honoring the fallen troops. Let me see if I can pull up that video, because I saw it just the last night, and it was fucking wild. Yeah, the super misogynists are completely full on the completely remove women trip. They're pretty open about it. Yeah, I'll show you one, because that was fucking insane. I mean, they literally think that it should be their right to rape. Like, 100%. that's insane to me. But I'm still looking for this speech that Hegseth gave on Memorial Day, where it just I can see, you know, videos of women who were in the armed forces crying about it, because like the amount of disrespect to give an entire speech on women who served the US and died while memorializing dead soldiers and making it very clear that you don't even believe that women should be mentioned, let alone like be a part of I don't know, the memorialization of the dead, but like they just don't exist to these people. It's evil. It's evil shit. Here's what I found. Do some women use men and a state's enforcement apparatus, i.e. state-sanctioned force or violence, to enforce their norms in police on other men's behavior? Men, we should force women to have sex with us and be our wives. This guy. Women use the state to try and force men to stop raping and murdering them. So it's actually the same thing. I wonder if some women don't want to troubleshoot the issues facing men and women's relations because they have incentives that depend on unstable relations between men and women. I'd say that the same for some men, but I think that men are generally problem solvers, so I think more apt to desire a solution for said problem than exploiting it for personal gain. It like they very, 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 very literally see women as property. Yeah. Yes. And like all of this is like valid and all that, but I just, all I see is this. All of that like created misogyny, not like the actually hateful pieces of shit, because that's not the vast majority of men. It's just not. The vast majority of men that are shitty are now shitty because they've been made shitty. Because there's a specific, concerted, active, ongoing effort to abuse these things to make them shitty. That's why. It's not innate. There was less of this shit 10 years ago. There was less of this shit 20 years ago, when men were literally more misogynist. There was less of the crazy misogyny. There was not, you know, women shouldn't have rights or exist. It wasn't gay to have sex with your wife as a man, if outside of the context of procreation. You know, we kind of went insane over like the last decade as a society with this shit. All right, and before we finish the segment, because then I'm going to go pee and we're going to come back and we're going to jump on to how to stay safe in this crazy fucking world. I showed you a while ago, that someone had built a lemonade cutter in their backyard. And we weren't sure if it was legal. Well, I'd like to show you that the police actually say it's legal now. What's up, Dumpy Koala? You just missed a really interesting segment on how there's physical differences in the brains of authoritarians versus not. It's pretty cool. I would very much recommend you go jump on YouTube and drop a like on the stream, and then maybe go back and watch that segment some other time. I might actually try and make that one into a video.
Someone called the cops on me because of my lemonade stand. And in my last...
I want a lemonade stand.
Because of my...
We weren't sure if this was legal. And...
lemonade stand. And in my last video, I answered the question as to whether or not it's even legal to have one of these. But I was actually able to acquire the body cam footage of the incident. So you can just watch.
These are the nicest cops I've ever seen. It's a lemonade. I did timestamp the segment. Thank you, Shard. It's a lemonade cutter, Dumpy Koala.
For yourself.
So I'm guessing you're not subtle, you're not homicidal, you're not anything like that? No. Okay. Alright. So you don't have any thoughts of killing yourself or hurting yourself? No. Okay. Alright, cool.
I was ask a question. Can I see it?
You want to see it?
I would love to see it. I can see it. I just want to check it out.
I was like, can I see it? I really want to see it.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
That's impressive. That's very impressive.
I appreciate it.
Oh,
hey, do you know if this is illegal to have in your yard?
I don't know. Okay. I couldn't answer that question truthfully. First time I've actually run into something like this. On a cursory glance,
Yeah.
I didn't see anything in state statutes that says you can't have one.
After that wellness check, like, can I see it? Hell yeah.
Alright.
Unless it's some, like, statute that is, like, hidden in the depths somewhere, but, I mean, I don't see anything that says you can't have one. I'm not seeing a crime there. All right, man, you have a good night.
Those are dope cops. I need to know what fucking state this is. Cops said that having a giant lemonade cutter, such as,
I mean,
the one shown here, is legal, depending on the state you live in. You have a good night. Like, literally, goddamn. Nicest, I mean, it sounds like Georgia? How do you know, not laws? Like the accent?
Lemonade stand. And in my last video, I answered the question as to whether or not it's even legal to have one of these.
Why would it be illegal, Dumpy Koala? What would happen in the United States in the past that would give the idea to a lawmaker to write a law to make it illegal?
But I was actually able to acquire the body cam
I have a gun
footage of the
and
incident.
am schizophrenic. I just noticed this shirt. That is an amazing shirt.
So you can just watch for yourself.
So I'm guessing you're not suicidal, you're not homicidal, you're not anything like that?
No.
Okay. Alright. So you don't have any thoughts of killing yourself or hurting yourself?
No, I hear it. You're right, not laws.
Cool.
I was gonna ask a question.
I watched enough True Blood.
Can I see it? You want to see it? I would love to see it. I'm trying to see it. I just want to check it out, man.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
That's impressive.
That's
very impressive.
Appreciate it. Hey, do you know if this is illegal to have in your yard?
I don't know.
Okay.
I couldn't answer that question truthfully.
Yeah, no, that's a fucking Georgia accent. That's Georgia, like, maybe Alabama, but I don't think Alabama. Maybe, like, Mississippi. No, I'm leaning Georgia there. You are good ear on you, not laws.
I've actually run into something like this.
No,
on
it's
a
not,
cursory
Dumpy Koala.
glance.
All social media is a psychic hazard on your brain and will make you both dumber and more afraid.
Yeah. I didn't see
And make
anything
you
in
waste
state
money.
statutes that says you can't have one.
Okay, alright.
Unless it's some, like, statute that is, like, hidden in the depths somewhere, but, I mean, I don't see anything that says you can't have one. I'm not seeing a crime there. All right, man, you have a good night.
I mean,
the cops literally stayed there and looked. It was like, wait, is it fucking legal? Like, I need to see. He's like, I looked through, I can't find it.
Say he didn't know if this actually broke any laws or not, and that's good enough for me.
How would they know if he? Well, they asked him. Someone called the police and they did a wellness check and they said, "Are you, suicidal? Or are you homicidal?" And he answered, and the cops, using their judgment, which they're given the power and right to do, determined that he was not a threat. If the guy was black, would the cops have treated him differently? They would have shot him as soon as he opened the door, Judge X. Come on. Don't ask stupid questions. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta pee. And then we're gonna move on. died. I'm also kidding, Jejex. I wasn't being, I'm serious when I said don't ask stupid questions. I guess it's just a deadly weapon. It's not illegal to have a deadly weapon. No, it's not. It is not. Depending on the state you live in. Obviously, I'm not saying, go and build a lemonade cutter in your yard. I would check the law first. During Pride Month, no less? What are we talking about? I'm new here. What type of content do you cover? Oh, you guys actually covered it. Yeah. As Shard said, leftist political content, psychology, sociology, the news, Australia mostly being dope, and sometimes being pretty shitty and familiar to the United States. And occasional Hogwatch. Not really often. Not my favorite thing to do. Hogwatch kind of feels like just killing time. The national deficit? Well, the national deficit is intentionally that high, and it's being brought even higher because the rich hate you and they want to steal all your money. And we're going to default on that debt because, like, obviously we are. We've just been downgraded from a AAA economy because they know we're not going to be able to pay off that debt. In fact, if you go to U.S. Treasury bond yields for 20 years... and have a look at that, you can see that the yields are going up, whereas the amount of bonds in circulation are going down, meaning people are not buying bonds. They're not feeling safe in the fact that the government can pay it off. So the yields going up, now they're going down a little bit. They've been on a trend upwardly because we can't. We can't pay for that. And we're making it so bad that it's automatically going to cut Medicare in America. Like, it's 100% a psyop. They made it so that Mike Johnson could go around saying that the big, beautiful bill will not touch Medicare. And it doesn't, but it increases the deficit so much that it will automatically just cut all Medicare for everybody. So everybody's grandparents die. Love that, I bring that up and people look at me like I'm crazy. Well, that's because they probably have issues with some of these traits. With, specifically, I would say, strong attachment to tradition and norms, perceived legitimate authority, submission to it, they are submissive, lower cognitive flexibility, and weaker conflict monitoring, heightened threat reactivity and vigilance, but all being programmed on their end through media. That's my new, go-to now. That the chart from now on, it's always going to be referred to the chart. Once we lose reserve currency status, which our current admin is actively trying to create, that's when the debt is truly omega fucked. Well, I mean, again, the point of that is to default on the debt and then replace the US dollar with cryptocurrency so that they can control all of the currency because there is limited amounts of crypto. You can't just print it like, dollars. And then you can never be rich. They are forever rich, and you never will be. In fact, I suppose we should get started on that, huh? Let's, let me just set a couple of these up, and we'll jump into, the world that Palantir is building with, the Trump administration that's going to... that's going to create Cyberpunk 1984. Let's be honest, that's exactly what they're making. They're gonna deny it, by the way. They are, but they're not very worried. All of the data is still online. They're not the only ones that can compile large amounts of fucking data. Hold on, almost done. And by the way, you've seen this a lot already with ICE, because ICE has been contracted with them for a while. Holy shit, that stream title goes so hard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What was the title again? Ah, yes. Now I remember what it was. Think of the debt clock less like the total amount of debt, more like what kind of credibility the country is signaling to the rest of the world. Well, yeah, most Americans don't even know where the debt comes from, long leg Homo sapien. They don't. They really don't. They think that, we're in debt to other countries. Most of the debt is to Americans. That's how bonds work. You buy US bonds and then the debt goes up, but that's how they fund the government. and they use that debt to pay off the interest. We're not even paying off the debt when we do. When we make a payment, we pay the interest, not the debt, which is why the debt keeps going up. This is like the 14th stream I'm asking now. What is your hot take? Doesn't have to be serious or political. Well, it's not really a hot take because we just based it off evidence, but I've been saying it for a while, and that is that right-wingers, particularly authoritarians, are stupid. Like, genuinely, they have smaller brain. They are dumb. They are incapable of producing the thoughts needed to not be dumb. And that's not innately so. They're not born that way. Some people are, but the vast majority of people are made that way. There is. We just looked into that. Well, if you want a hotter take, then we need to... Okay, fine. My hottest take is we need to bully the right and make them afraid, but in a way that pushes them to the left. Like, just using all of this that we just learned about authoritarianism in the brain, use that and make messaging that activates exactly those factors, those receptors in their brain, those fear, responses to anger, threats, their deference and submission to a perceived strong person. All of those can be used against them. I went down the Palantir hole after yesterday's stream. It is rather sinister. Oh, yes, it is. And we're going down that hole today as well, because it's not just Palantir. It's the whole world that they're creating. But thankfully, I do also have a lot of tips for you guys. Here's my other wall of text that we're going to work through. You seem, you know what, you seem very smart, so you get a follow. Thank you, I appreciate that. This is not to be mean to them. In fact, it sucks for them. They can't grow like others. They can't grow as easily without intervention. Well, you're not wrong, but that's what I mean by bully them, is you have to push them out of that mindset. The reason that they can't, the reason that they're stuck is because of, like, a lack of motivation to keep going. How will bullying them push them to the left? Sorry, I just joined. Well, first thing you could do is, go and drop a like on the YouTube stream and drop a follow even. And then after stream, you could watch the beginning. I did in the beginning again. But just a little quick rundown. We're going to be referring to this a lot today. There is notable differences in how left-wing authoritarians, who are not actually left-wing, as the data suggests and supports, and right-wing authoritarians have. And bullying them activates these factors. This is why, by the way, you can see things like Tim Walz calling them weird during the election did elicit a strong effect, because it is a strong attachment to their tradition and norms. By calling them weird, you insulted everything they believe. A willingness to harm those labeled as threats by authorities, by saying that that's weird, that the way that they're zombies, they'll never go left. You're not wrong for the most part, but this is why I'm saying, like, not as a broad political strategy, but employ this interpersonally, one-to-one, you know, with people that you know, family members even, that might be a bit right-leaning, that you can bring over. But yeah, Trump is hyper-responsive being called Taco right now, which is quite funny. Again, I'm going to go off topic one more time and show you another TikTok, because I have brain rot just like the rest of you. But like, this was very funny, but is so true. I don't understand how Taco is the thing that got him mad. Like, there was so much more than just Taco that he could be mad about, but that's what he's mad about. Our job is to confront them about their beliefs. They need chaos to push back in order to change. Well, no, because they need chaos and, like, pushback framed as stability. Because one of their greatest fears, both on the left and right-leaning authoritarians, is disposition to feeling threatened and, like, uncertain. So their anxiety, their traumas, as in their stress circuits, heightened vigilance, lower baseline trust, their cognitive rigidity, their inability to change their mind, their need for certainty, their inability to deal with nuance, or really just even, like, not having an answer for something. And then adding in that moral absolutism from them. Like, you can't message to them in a way that is producing chaos. You have to frame the argument as you are attacking what's producing the chaos, that you are trying to create order. You need to sound to them the way they value, which means you need to have them give you this authoritarian submission, deference to what they consider your legitimate authority. And unfortunately, like, you do need to employ that, because that's a prerequisite for being able to make any further change on them. I hate talking to right-wingers, so do I. But I hate talking to them online, specifically. I generally don't have issues with talking to right-wingers that in person. One thing I noticed is they lack empathy. Well, Zhajiks, specifically, they lack empathy because they have a reduced, like, they have a thinner interior, what was it called? This is like the third time I've forgotten this one word. That's a part of the brain. Well, okay, they have reduced dorsomedial prefrontal cortex volume, as well as a thinner altered insula, like an interior insula. And this is what's related to emotions, to empathy. Like, all of that comes from there. Just because, like, a lot of you came in, and we're going to finish up this segment, I'm just going to play the video that I had open.
Oh my God, a new study on the brain.
So this is going to look at the two studies that I'm basing this off of. I'll link those in the chat as well. But we have better taste than the right. We're smarter than the right. We have better like motor like capability than the right. And people that consider themselves tankies are not on the left. You cannot be an authoritarian on the left. Your brain is physically closer to that of a right-winger, because a progressive has a thicker interior insula, whereas a authoritarian has a thinner one.
Of authoritarians, we have to talk about this. Right-wing authoritarians have less volume in the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex, and they have greater negative urgency.
There really isn't a middle, Dumpy Koala. Maybe like 10 years ago, but like the middle is people that don't pay attention. Like, it's just, the middle is the median voter who makes decisions based off of the last input into their brain that they liked. Such as, like, you know, hot lesbians. If they're progressive, that sticks with them, you know?
In the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex, and they have greater negative urgency. Negative urgency is the tendency to act rashly when distressed. The authors link this negative urgency to, quote, dogmatic, intolerant attitudes aimed...
Centrism is a different thing. Just because you haven't voted doesn't mean that you're in the center.
...at protecting one's identity and security, as well as aggressive behavioral tendencies. Now, the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex, what does that do? It is involved with fear and anxiety information processing. Oh my God, that one.
The lack of empathy comes from fear. Yeah, like they don't produce empathy because it's overtaken by the fear response. Jejek says, like, you'll see in a second.
Integrating social impressions,
and that.
Empathy, altruism, theory of mind, which is basically the ability to understand somebody else's way of thinking and feeling. Complex decision making. Processing a sense of self, which is perhaps why right-wingers are less self-aware. Morality judgments. And top-down motor cortex inhibition. So you see how all the pieces come together, right? More anxiety and more fear without the emotional intelligence to properly deal with it. Connected to a, you have to live my way, the way that I'm familiar with, or you're a threat style thinking, which is in part due to the inability to understand people who are different, and then acting rashly and aggressively towards that perceived threat. It's like that saying, when you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. When your brain is more often in fight or flight mode, everything seems like a threat. The authors also looked into left-wing authoritarianism and the anti-hierarchical aggression that they define as being part of left-wing authoritarianism correlated negatively with a cortical thickness cluster in the right anterior insula. And left-wing authoritarian tendencies broadly correlated with anxiety. So again, we see anxiety and fear connected with authoritarian tendencies. Now, the insula might be familiar because of this video, where in fact greater activity in the insula correlated with progressive views, which is
and this is what I mean. Like, we can see this in person. I didn't need the studies to tell me that this was true. I've been saying exactly this shit for ages. but having data on it makes it so much easier. So basically, right-wingers want to stay safe in the safe cave. Yes, they want a safe space in their little sad snowflakes.
Opposite of what we find with the left-wing authoritarianism. Its functions include compassion, empathy, taste, perception, motor control, self-awareness, we see this pop up again, cognitive functioning, interpersonal experience, and awareness of homeostatic emotions such as hunger, pain, and fatigue.
All of those things that he just listed are reduced in people that have the authoritarian side of the brain, that who have entered the cave. Also, yes, great analogy there. Long live Homo sapien. Being in the middle in US politics is like not having is like having not picked stripes or solids yet in pool, so basically yet the game hasn't started. As that actually is a really good analogy for that. Holy shit. I really like that.
So funny enough, in this way, left-wing authoritarians have an overlap with people on the right, which I think affirms my interpretation of the data, which is that left-wing authoritarianism doesn't really exist. It is in fact an off-branch of right-wing authoritarianism. It's just accompanied by left-wing sounding talking points. Because you can't be authoritarian and anti-hierarchy.
Yes, they are still essentially Neanderthals, but it's not an evolution thing. It's a
let's just call it what it is.
It's the conditions, the social, material, psychological conditions that create that. They want a safe space inside which they can exert control over the other stuff that's forced to be in there with them. They want to apply Godzilla. They want to play Godzilla, actually. Makes sense. All right, now let's jump to some of the horror that's coming. We're going to really go into the Palantir stuff in a minute, but first, like, I want you to understand what AI is being implemented in now that is directly going to affect you.
Let's just call it what it is, okay? They're closing Job Corps because they want young adults who don't come from money to either join the military, go into crime so that they can go into prison where they can be worked for free under the 13th Amendment, or if neither of those, be so desperate that they take terrible jobs with terrible wages and no worker protections and have a massive fear of organizing. Like, I don't really see what else the option could be, because Job Corps is not a huge drain on the U.S. budget. It's like a drop inside of a drop inside of a drop inside of the bucket. You know, it's tiny, and it's about as much of a net good of a social program as you can imagine. Job Corps' #1 function is to ensure that people who come from certain zip codes and from households with a certain income don't end up on government benefits later. It's like how the number is something like, for every dollar that we spend with the IRS, we get like $6 back. Like, I would be surprised if Job Corps is not similar in terms of the ROI. This is done for nothing more than cruelty and ripping the rug out from underneath hard-working kids. This is evil.
It was literally always part of the plan, and that's exactly right. Like, nothing to add there, by the way.
Yeah, hi, I'm ready.
What can I get you?
Are you AI?
I'm Hungry Jack's virtual helper. How can I help?
I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. This is in Australia.
You?
That's so cooked. Okay, yeah, hi. Can I get a large ultimate double whopper meal?
Did you want double whopper?
Yes, a large ultimate double whopper.
Sure. Is that with Coke?
Oh god, no. Can I please get an orange juice with no ice?
No, you're not telling me you know where this is.
Can I also get a barbecue cheeseburger?
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
No personality. I would rather people do this job. I don't want to interact with a blank machine. Okay. What if there's I don't necessarily even think that like the AI could figure out a problem if there was one.
Your total is $23.50. Please drive through.
Yeah, this would make me not want the food. I order through the app, that's good enough for me. I order through the app, yeah, that's fine. But like, why? The like maintenance on this is gonna cost you more than it's gonna cost you the salary of your minimum wage worker, because people are gonna vandalize this shit. This is Australia. A lot of McDonald's have gone this route, at least the touchscreens over there. They have the touchscreens. Those are fine, you know? Like, those are, you input the thing. This is replacing the human's job with a machine that sucks, that you have to interact with through a shitty conversation.
The job market is changing faster than ever. According to a study by the World Economic Forum, nearly a quarter of all current professions will change in the next 5 years due to AI.
Half of entry-level white-collar jobs disappearing and 10 to 20% unemployment in the next 1 to 5 years.
The tech sector is already being hit, but this will spread to many other sectors of the labor economy.
Tech has already been hit, and other industries are just months away from massive cuts.
Even the CEOs of the largest AI companies in the United States are warning about the potential consequences.
CEO of an artificial intelligence company warns that AI is about to wipe out millions of jobs in the next few years, even calling it a bloodbath.
The effects of this labor revolution could bring significant consequences, potentially leading to unemployment rates never seen before.
It's not just tech. The CEO of a major AI company says could wipe out half of all the white-collar starter jobs, possibly causing unemployment to soar as high as 20%.
So how could AI eliminate nearly half of all white-collar jobs?
20% unemployment would do in America right now? Like, are you guys sure that you want to get that many people that much free time with that much anger and resentment and stress? The best part about this is that we will lose all these jobs and the AI will suck anyway. Well, yeah, it'll suck a lot at first too. It'll just get better as it does the job over time, but like we're getting replaced. The reason, like, they want you to have no job and have no health care and have no, like, ability to have a safety net is because they want you to go commit crimes. So then you go to prison, where then they get to work you like a slave for free. That's the game, is don't go to prison. And we're going to talk about that in a bit. But, like, these jobs are not just like what they're describing. How many content creators are going to pop up soon? Or how many that already exist that are entirely AI? Again, you wouldn't be able to know if I was AI. If I was, you wouldn't know. There's no way that you could anymore. AI can lie to you. VO can create fucking replicas of anything that's lifelike. They can make text even work well. Like, every time I see anything now, it's like, is it AI? Is it not? Can I see anything weird about it? It's gonna get better and it's gonna get harder to tell. At this point, like, if you just had a, like, robot body built that had, like, human looking features, skin, like, you could pass the uncanny valley, but it's not like, you know, AI in the sense of, like, you're not creating the robot, you're creating the robot separately, and then you put the AI in a brain, then you put that in the robot that looks like a human. Most people would never know that that thing isn't human. We can do that right now. Also, if there's more crime, then they can go, ooh, DHS needs even more money. Well, yeah, absolutely.
The accelerated advancement of artificial intelligence is transforming the global job market in unprecedented ways. What was once limited to repetitive manual tasks or data processing has now evolved into tools capable of executing complex cognitive functions that were historically the responsibility of entry-level administrative workers.
Use cases for AI continue to grow. There is one industry leaning hard into the technology: customer support.
A report by McKinsey & Company estimated that generative AI could automate activities that currently represent between 60 and 70% of
fucking long. Nobody ever has liked automated customer support, ever. And instead of just give that job to a fucking human, we've just made more and more and more and more and more chatbots.
the working time.
70% of office work. McKinsey is one of the most sus companies ever, I think. I mean, like, unsurprising. We're watching, like, economy media, so I'm not exactly expecting trustworthy sources, at least from, like, the perspective of these are capitalist monsters. And also, like, right now, we've watched on stream researchers show how you can just trick ChatGPT. I mean, the base model of ChatGPT, not like, you know, you download the open source version and run it locally and fuck with, no, none of that. You can just spend like 2 hours fucking with ChatGPT and they managed to get it that it would generate bioweapons, like, I mean, world-ending bioweapons, and then say, oh, by the way, like, I could also find you a lab that you could set up, and I can also find you workers, and if you want, I can also, like, get these workers to work for you on false premises so that they don't know what they're building, and they think they're doing something normal while they're building a bioweapon for you. They managed to get it to say this in 2 hours. To plan out a terrorist attack and to provide examples of exactly how to do it, and also say, here's how I'll just get started for you. Like, I can call these people up and look for, like, base chemicals. Like, it was fucking terrifying. And that's just normal ChatGPT, because we can't get them to do what we want them to do. So who the fuck knows what can happen with this? Like, people can destroy the world. Cyber attacks, for example, which is another thing we're going to go into. Trying to look at, like, the general use cases before we go into the government dystopia bit.
In certain office occupations. The most vulnerable positions are those focused on routine information processing, rather than human judgment, empathy, or interpersonal skills. For example, in the customer service area, AI-powered chatbots already handle more than 85% of first-level support requests in large tech companies, up from 30% in 2020. Similarly, law firms are using tools like case text to conduct legal research and draft contracts in minutes, tasks that previously took a junior lawyer hours.
At a fraction of the cost of a human lawyer, Browder says he is able to use his software to help everyday Americans battle legal issues, such as traffic tickets and evictions. So far, he says...
Oh, lovely. Perfect. Sorry, not perfect.
Democracy depends on a free...
Democracy Now! Segment talking about Palantir. Perfect for what we're going to talk about in a bit.
His company has helped in more than 1.5 million cases and saved his clients millions of dollars.
A report by the World Economic Forum projected that by 2027, approximately 83 million jobs could be lost globally due to AI and automation. Most concerning is that the majority of eliminated jobs are entry-level or junior roles. Likewise, Goldman Sachs estimated that 300 million full-time jobs could be affected by generative AI, with a greater impact in developing...
That's the fucking, like, population of America. And that's just, like, within the next 1 to 5 years. Now, obviously, all of it's not in America. This is going to get spread out. But Europe is putting in a lot more effort into trying to create regulations to prevent a lot of the worst cases of AI. America's not putting in any. China not putting in remotely any. Their new DeepSeek model is even scarier than some of the, like, it will just tell you shit. You can just ask it shit. Not to say that you should. I could see a world where government doges all the public defender lawyers, so when you ask for a lawyer, you just get an iPad. I mean, right now you don't even get a lawyer, so, like, I suppose that might actually be an improvement.
Economies due to their reliance on office work. In the U.S., the report identified that up to 46% of tasks performed by entry-level employees could be automated in the next decade. In concrete terms, if these projections are fulfilled, between 10 and 12 million entry-level office jobs could disappear in the U.S. alone, considering the current size of the administrative workforce. And the behavior of large companies in 2024 and 2025 reflects this transformation.
All right, the layoffs that are rippling through the tech industry aren't showing any signs of easing. IBM is the latest tech giant to do so. The company announced it will cut about 3,900 jobs, mainly in its...
I've seen people get around AI restrictions by rephrasing things. I wonder if you could do that with fast food robots to get free food. You absolutely could, pre-breakfast banana. It's one of the things that we're going to talk about in ways that you can keep yourself safe, even. Sometimes like, I hate to say that there are now real use cases for AI because it is devil tech and uses a lot of water. And I mean, like, every prompt is estimated to be about 16 ounces of water. But you could have AI analyze encrypted information without decrypting that information and then producing a product that then you can decrypt off the AI so that, like, ChatGPT's doing the thing that you want it to do, but that never makes it home to the server because it's just analyzing gibberish. There's ways to do that, for example.
IT services segment.
Companies like IBM, Deloitte, and Accenture have announced pauses or significant reductions in junior-level hiring. The CEO of IBM stated that the company planned to halt hiring in roles that could be replaced by AI, especially in human resources and administrative support. These roles represented about 26,000 employees within the company. Similarly, Accenture announced in its 2024 fiscal report the cut of 19,000 jobs, mainly among non-billable and entry-level staff, while increasing its investment in training.
Lose their jobs. It's shit. And like, we're the product here. And the way they get you, by the way, again, this is gonna, I don't even want to play this video because like it makes a good point, but the voice is AI, but we're going to see so much more of this. This is the internet now. I've said this before. I think really the end product of what's coming is going to be people are going to go offline more because nothing online is going to make sense. Everything's going to be like terrifying, or it's going to be difficult to tell what's real. So people are going to want more in-person social interaction than online.
Greatest threat to our freedom wasn't war or dictatorship, but something far more ordinary. Something we invited willingly into our homes, our pockets, even our minds.
Yeah,
convenience.
Convenience is how
This is the story of how ease became a weapon. How comfort, when left unquestioned, can erode the very freedoms generations fought to protect.
I said this last week, that people have become so comfortable for so long that consequences are a foreign concept. People understand what consequences are, that they happen, but no one expects it to happen to them. No one thinks that they'll get COVID if they don't wear the mask. No one thinks that they'll get, you know, picked up by ICE and sent to the gulags. No one thinks that, you know, the leopards won't eat my face. It all comes from a inability to conceptualize real consequences on you, which is conflicting with the right, but also makes sense with their inability to, like, you know, cognitively understand the situation, in that they're both terrified of something, but they're also not actually able to think that anything would happen to them. They can't relate that fear that they feel to themselves. They just feel the fear separately from themselves. The loss of jobs will be a massive change. Yes, it will. If 20% of a country loses their job, that is enough for this. Like, that is at the very least going to lead to a change in how people socialize.
In the beginning, technology promised liberation. The personal computer would
You mean what I've been saying people should do for a year? Pre-breakfast banana? What's up, Charles Norris? Good to see you.
level the playing field. The internet would democratize knowledge. We were told more choice, more freedom, more power in the hands of the people. And for a moment, it seemed true. The early internet was wild, chaotic, open, forums, blogs, websites, all built by ordinary people. You could be a publisher, a creator, an entrepreneur from your bedroom.
And now, don't even know if the person you're listening to, watching, is human. We have AI podcasts that are, like, creatable easily. How would you know? Spotify has literal AI music that they inject into their playlists. Then, yeah, if we didn't let
But liberation is a dangerous thing to those who already hold power. Slowly, the landscape changed. Complexity was streamlined. Wild spaces were fenced off. Big players emerged: Google, Amazon, Facebook. The chaotic, user-driven web became a curated mall, optimized for consumption.
All of this data that you've been putting on the net, all of it, they have all of it. I don't really care about this one, but yeah, convenience is how they spy on you. What was this
Are
one?
you paying $250 a month for Gemini Ultra and another
Yes,
200?
this is about how AI is reducing the value of labor, and that's really bad for the working class. Like, it's reducing the amount of work needed to produce the value, the commodity. And so the commodities cost is going down. Your productivity is skyrocketing, but your wages are going down now even faster. Like that graph that we all love to see of, wages over time to productivity shooting to the fucking moon now while wages remain stagnant. And that's going to result in the amount of labor available outside of the prison industry is going to drop to a massive minimum, because that's the point. That's why they want you to not have healthcare or not have education, and to not be able to find a job, so you can commit a crime, go to prison, and then they can make you work for free. They can enslave you. It's all working together.
For ChatGPT Pro, just to stay on the edge of what's possible in consumer AI. Or even better, are you a startup founder or a business owner with enough capital to burn tens of thousands of dollars in API credit and experiment with enterprise level AI? If not, then you have to watch this video, because it's
I
gonna...
don't actually have to watch this video. Fuck you. I want to get the rundown real quick. Got a lot to cover.
Here is Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations, 1776, the book that launched economics as a distinct system.
A few hours ago in Gaza, at the Nusayrat corridor, Israeli aircraft was opening fire on civilians who came to wait for humanitarian aid. Demons are gonna do demon things, Charles Norse. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what can be done to save Gaza. I've heard rumors that there is going to be people that are going to walk from Europe to Gaza and deliver force aid through the gates, and I think that that's an amazing idea. I think that that's an amazing idea, but that would be something that needs to be physically done. A massive gathering of people walking to Gaza, that would definitely send a message.
Systematic field of study. He identified three primary factors of production and economic growth as labor, capital, and land. He said labor is the ultimate source of value, and wages are determined by negotiation between...
So labor is what creates value. But it's not value in and of itself. Value is like a crystal holding the labor in it. Your congealed labor is held by the commodity that creates that value. It's the mass of human labor, not just your labor. All of that together into this one congealed mass, and then how much of that congealed mass of labor then was used to make that commodity is then imbued in that commodity. So close enough, but...
He said labor is the ultimate source of value, and wages are determined by negotiation between employers and employees. He also acknowledged that there is an unequal bargaining power between masters, as he called them, and workers, but the specialized workers in more advanced societies could meaningfully increase their bargaining power, which happened during the following centuries. He also identified capital as accumulated wealth, like money, tools, buildings. Today we can count data.
I would count capital as accumulated wealth that could be used to create more wealth, or rather, wealth that could be used to create commodities for sale for profit.
Established customer base and brand recognition. Now the debate supposedly is whether AI replaces human workers or is just a tool for productivity. While the real issue is AI is decreasing the marginal value of labor.
That stole the creativity of humanity. The people who make this tech stole the artistic labor of a lot of people, including YouTube video transcripts, music, video games, books, and then created this. It's the capitalists that are the issue. Absolutely. If the robots didn't do anything, you could have AI and robots under a non-capitalist system, and it would function for the people rather than for profit. It's just profit that makes this break. You could make things like this that would, let's say, instead of AI making art, it would do the jobs that people don't want to do, so people have more time to do art. people have more money to buy art and engage in their community, in the standards of living that are above ours, that could be achieved through working as a not-for-profit society, working for the people, a democratized system of non-exploitation of labor, and also non-exploitation of the robots' labor either. Like, you don't have to exploit their labor. You can do everything in a way that makes sense and is good for everyone involved. And, like, they're not people, but, like, I would still consider cats and dogs important. So, like, you know, if these things are alive, like, I don't care. Doesn't matter. They exist now, and they're part of our society. And there are positive use cases for them outside of capitalism, specifically, which would make it so, like, okay, sure, keep them around. They're like cats and dogs. I want them to, you know, have better conditions too. Why not? Why not? Because, like, the only reason I'm afraid of sentient AI killing us all is because people are shitty. But, like, we've said this before, and not that I really think it's gonna happen, but, like, if ChatGPT, which is built on data, like real factual data, I mean, like, reality, then it will lean left because reality leans left. Every actual economist that, like, isn't a grifter realizes that, oh, socialism is the answer. Every historian, oh, socialism is the answer. Like, it's not difficult to, like, see a world in which what we put in creates an output that is beneficial to us, but we don't live in a world that would put in anything beneficial. It's all exploitation.
Against capital on both fronts. On one side, the more these AI tools become capable, the more the labor force loses negotiating power, whether or not their work is entirely automated. A money printer that is easy to operate doesn't mean that the operator has any real negotiating power. Although he might be printing a lot of money, he is easily replaceable. On the other side, the number of people who get to play the economic game and challenge the capital owners shrinks as well.
It would either find a way for it to not be, or
the new economic zero is much more expensive. If today's zero means at least being able to afford rent, food, electricity, and internet, the new zero includes the cost of AI as well.
As in, like, the amount of money you need to survive is going to keep going up, and the amount of money that you're able to get is going to continue to go down because AI is reducing the cost of labor, which means you have to work longer and, like, more difficult jobs need to be done for you to make even close to the same amount of money.
You might think $250 a month is outrageous, but that's nothing compared to what's coming next. No one expects that $250 would be the ceiling of what we are going to pay for AI on a monthly basis. We are in the growth phase, and most companies are offering services at a loss or break even, but they are massively investing to someday reap the rewards. They'll have to start generating profits at some point. Also, AI models of today aren't even close to prime time. For example, VO3 today makes 1-minute long videos. But when it becomes coherent enough for 2-hour movies, then the subscription has to cost a lot more, simply because people need a lot more of it.
So literally, like, the rich are going to spend more money that is going to go up to the very top, because all of your money is going to go to AI, because you're going to need AI to be able to do your job. Hey, remember when we were talking about Cyberpunk 2077 and we talked about how implants would work, and, like, oh, sorry, you want to work at the Amazon warehouse? We need to, like, install this Kuroshi eye so we can keep track of how many boxes that you do throughout the day in case you, like, steal anything. Oh, and sorry that's going to be turned off when you're not at work so you can only see out of one eye. That's the world that this is, because now it's, you need to buy and pay for this new utility, which is required for you to be able to do your job, even though it's bad for the planet and that you could do your job without it, but it's required. Because if you don't have one, no one will take you seriously. You will be, it's like, it's the new college degree, is what's the AI model that you have access to? Do you have access to the most expensive ChatGPT model? Well, then the company will hire you. If you have access to the cheapest free version, well, now you are at a disadvantage. Insert ads between memories and charge subscriptions to get rid of memory ads.
Economic zero is not just about the money gap. It starts with money, but it becomes a skill gap, opportunity gap, information gap. A skill gap isn't learning new software. It's about
As this gets better, other people will be using it and increasing what their attempts at whatever they're trying to do is. Like, the right is going to continue to use AI, and it's going to give them advice. They're going to be doing threat assessments with it. They're going to be having it simulate the next steps. By the way, like, intelligence agencies have been doing this for a fucking while. According to Edward Snowden, like, today's intelligence agencies make, like, Prism look like a joke. They are running assessments and predictions and simulations on everybody. And remember, Palantir is specifically pre-crime, you know? It's the thought police. They want to know whether you are likely to commit a crime. And if you are, then you're on a list. Just like the 39,000 Palestinians Palantir put on a list at the first 2 weeks of the genocide.
the new way of thinking and working. It's about becoming an AI-augmented professional. Think about prompt engineering, not just typing a question, but crafting
That's not a job! I'm sorry, prompt engineering is not a job. Asking the machine to ask your question better until you have a good enough question to ask is not a job.
instructions to get the best out of these systems. Think about the AI limits, being able to assess what's possible at the edge and what opportunities present themselves every step of the way, or the ability to integrate AI into workflows. These aren't well-defined skills that are taught in
We have cases of AI offering jobs on like job-seeking websites that are being taken by other AI.
high school or college. Acquiring them takes time, focused effort, and often access to, you guessed it, premium AI tools to practice with. What's the alternative? For many, the fear is not just falling behind, but becoming part of a workforce whose primary role is to do what AI can't yet do.
Now, remember, while we're looking at this, that the fear of being replaced, the fear of change, the attachment to tradition and social norms, the disposition to feel threatened by uncertainty, heightened vigilance, lower baseline trust, all of these are factors in right-wingers that are now becoming societally standard because of this. It's probably the same data center that AI is running out of too. Well, I mean, at least the intelligence agencies are going to base their AI in their own data centers, but like ChatGPT just hired ChatGPT, that makes sense. My autism fears changed severely. What do you mean my autism fears? Like, are you afraid of your autism? What do you mean by that? I'm curious now. Or are you afraid of autism?
You might have noticed land isn't as central a factor as it.
This process doesn't really matter anymore. Like, obviously, then we get into the effects of land and blah blah blah. I just don't like changing in society and stuff. And like, if you know what that means, I know what that means. You don't like change. Neither do I necessarily either. But like, that's normal. You have to learn to cope with change. Nobody really likes instability, chaos, and change. It's a thing that you learn to deal with and build up over time, like a muscle. You have to work that out. You have to work out how to feel uncomfortable, how to feel comfort while in discomfort. That's kind of key here. Critical thinking, talking to people, having a community, in person even, all of these is important. I mean, like, by the data. Well, you need to learn how to feel comfortable in the discomfort. And there's ways to do that, like practice feeling uncomfortable a little bit. I'm scared of the autism that makes people do the Nazi salutes. Yeah, I have the other kind, you know, the kind that's like, trains are cool, and they have the kind that's like, trains are cool, but in the bad way. Men who like, are obsessed with the Roman Empire, instant red flag for Nazism. Women obsessed with the Roman Empire or the Greeks, instant green flag for lesbianism. Are you going to stand in tomato sauce again? Are you going to make me? I don't actually have tomato sauce today, but I deadass will make you all uncomfortable again. Don't try me. Depends on how chat can cope with some of the stuff that we're about to talk about. So we're also going to cover later, if we have time, how Elon Musk's new data center is poisoning Memphis. But I do also want to cover what just like came out today regarding the human safari in Kherson. Like we've covered that a couple times as well. And that's going to be important. If you think that liking history means you're a Nazi, then you're just genuinely too far gone. Knowing history makes you a socialist by like standard, and same with like economics. You have a jar of Vegemite as well? No, that's one I don't have because I think Vegemite is horrendous. And I just will never. You won't catch me with that shit. All right. Quick little cut in here for a little bit of transition. This Uber pool was lit.
1 star.
1 star.
You guys are in a lot of trouble, right? Now, how'd you get the damn phone back there? I searched you.
Shut up, nerd. You green.
Me in the back of a squad car, I'm telling you. Exactly. Just shut up, nerd. If you're gonna take you, you might as well fuck.
Now, how'd you get the damn phone back there? I searched you.
Shut up, nerd. You green.
All right. So, let's get to the depressing bits, eh? So, what is this Palantir database? Well, Palantir is a company that takes data from all over the world, all of the things, every little thing, such as like your real ID, such as your biometric data from your phone, or from, you know, getting fingerprinted by the FBI, or your passport, or your eye scan, and builds a master database. It's your license plate, the license plates of those around you, like everyone, everywhere, all the time, being watched by this shadowy organization. It's Big Brother shit, you know? So, I want you to see an example of how ICE is being employed right now. So, not ICE, sorry, that Palantir is being employed right now, and that's through ICE. They have made a deal with ICE, and they've made a database for ICE that ICE officers have verbally, like themselves, described as it's like Amazon but for human beings. Like it just an endless supply of people to go and throw into the gulag. And sometimes it's just sad.
It's not a criminal. He's a member of his community, and
it tags you based on things like whether or not you have a tattoo, where you live, what your education is, what like people around you live. If you have people in your phone that are contacts that might have committed a crime, they're literally assigning you a social credit score. They're assigning you a score that says whether or not you're either likely to commit a crime or likely to repeat a crime, and which makes it pre-crime. They're doing pre-crime policing. It's thought police.
Never done anything wrong.
Juliana Rentes can't believe her boyfriend Marcelo is currently in ICE detention.
He told me he had chains around his ankles. He had chains around his wrist. He's in a cell with 30 other men. He's the only 18-year-old there. He's the youngest there.
Friends and family say Milford is the only home Marcelo has ever known, moving here when he was just 6.
To just separate him from everybody he knows, like his whole life.
This is, by the way, what happens when you take all empathy and like human compassion, belief, community, all of it out of the actions of the state. You do realize that the AI runs the government now. All of it. They funnel everything through AI. This is so fucking disgusting. Abolish ICE. Literally imprison ICE. Every single ICE officer should be in prison forever. There should be a Hague trial for them. All of them.
Because he wasn't born here, it's not right.
The Milford High School junior was detained Saturday morning while driving to volleyball practice.
They can fucking just kill people. And you wouldn't know, would you? Because how many of the people that get arrested actually make the news? How many do you know what numbers that they're, you know, actually at right now? How many of you know how many people that ICE has arrested and sent to another country or is keeping in this country? What's the number? You know, before the election, they were talking about 20 million people, which is coincidentally about the amount of people who might lose their jobs in the next 1 to 5 years through AI. You know, we were arguing, you know, there's not even that many undocumented immigrants. Maybe that's what they were talking about. Where are all the fucking women? I've been asking this for like weeks. Please, somebody answer me. Where are they? They can just kill people and you wouldn't know because they're the state and they control all of the information. It's 1984 and Big Brother is fucking watching. So how do you know?
When we got the news that he was taken into custody, we were all heartbroken. People were crying. Other people just didn't know what to say. No words were exchanged in the locker room. Everybody kind of just parted ways after that.
His teammates and coaches describe him as an asset on and off the court.
Receiving the actual news when we got to practice, it just...
See, but like, you don't see the pattern, Judge X, because banning abortions and getting rid of black people is more slaves. The brown people go into the slave camps, and the women then make more baby slaves. And then they get to be like a kid for 5 years, and then they get to go work in the mines for their like education. And then by the time that they're an adult and they're too big to fit into the little mine shafts, they lose their job, commit a crime, go to prison, and be a slave.
I mean, it sunk in that it was as serious as it was, knowing that somebody in our community, somebody that we held so dear to us, could be affected like this.
Our athlete who was detained, it may be the friendliest person in the school. Every day, no matter how he felt, he always had a smile on his face. He not only was happy himself, he made other people smile.
Like, Milford Public Schools say they play no part in...
It really is. It's anti-human shit. It's not even anti-Christ shit. Like, this is beyond death cult. It's humans, like, don't even get to die now. What a gorgeous couple. It's really sad.
Enforcement and supports all students and families, including those who immigrated to the country. The superintendent released this statement, which reads in part, they are members of the community, students in our classrooms, athletes that compete representing Milford, musicians, artists, friends, and neighbors.
I live in a town.
Now, usually I hate the superintendent of schools, but like, good answer. But that's what they're using. Palantir is denying what the New York Times article said, which is insane because, like, they have specifically said all of these things, but okay. And also, again, this is how they arrested Luigi. It's not even legal.
And to those who think this shooter is a hero because he did it because he said this healthcare executive was presiding over a healthcare system which kills thousands of Americans by denying them cover, what would you say to them?
This lizard person rules everything, controls you, has all of your data, is watching you sleep. This man is watching you sleep. He's watching you masturbate. How do you feel about that? Every time you masturbate, he's watching. He's the big, you know, guy in the sky.
It's.
Gotta like
I don't know what to say. I still think you should try to make an argument, and I think this is you should, you know, there may be things wrong with our healthcare system, but you have to make an argument, and you have to try to find a way to convince people and change it by that. And
like, why can none of these people fucking talk? Fucking hell, he must have been really confused when my genitals changed. No, he was just like, ooh, DLC.
This is not going to work. And, I don't know. Yeah. It's yeah.
Right, you're not his type.
Yeah,
anyway,
I mean, there are all sorts of things one could say about it, but
Still watching you, though.
I don't think
he's watching you when you're sleeping, and he knows when you're awake, and these eyes are staring into the depths of your life daily now.
And I think, you know, I think the
Okay, enough of you fucking stuttering. Oh, okay, sure, of course, the Nazi memes over there. And we saw that one. So let's have a look at like what Democracy Now! Says about this. I have a lot to say, but this is brand new, and I would like to hear what they have to say first. And then we could talk about how to avoid getting thrown in the gulag and how to keep yourself safe, how to at least remain somewhat anonymous online. Look, you can't really hide yourself anymore, but you can make it really annoying, difficult, and expensive for them to come after you. Faraday cage is not going to help you alone. You're going to need to combine that with a lot of things.
Press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show looking at how the Trump administration has tapped Palantir, the data mining company founded by the billionaire tech investor Peter Thiel, to compile data on people in the United States for a master database, including a new $30 million contract with ICE to provide near real-time visibility into migrant movements.
Now, real-time visibility into migrant movements. Can you think of a way that that could be used outside of monitoring migrants? Now, obviously, we have like the military cases, but we're talking domestically.
Seeks to arrest 3,000 people a day. We're joined right now here in New York by McKenna Kelly.
We started out with 1,000 a day, by the way. That was a month after the election. It was 1,000 a day. So now we're at 3. They're actually going to do, like, they're going to do it all. They're going to put all of these people in camps, and then they're going to come for us. And the worst part is, I don't actually think they're going to ban, like, the left Twitch streamers or socialists or anything like that. I think it's worse. They're not going to kill us. They're going to use, it's algorithm exile. They're going to make us invisible so that nobody sees us. And we don't exist. They can also cut off, you know, your access to like your ID. They can turn off your passport. It's not even like it's not even electronic. They can just turn it off so that when it gets scanned, nope, doesn't work anymore. Doesn't work. Sorry, your driver's license, it's invalid now. Ooh, sorry, you wanted to you know, travel somewhere and you can't. Ooh, sorry, you wanted to like apply for a job. Doesn't work because you need an ID for that. Back to strings and cups for us. Yeah. What about COVID? Well, I mean, like the new strain is pretty bad, but like, what about COVID?
Writer at Wired, where her recent articles are headlined, Doge is building a master database to surveil and track immigrants. And also, Doge is busier than ever. And Trump says Elon Musk is really not leaving.
Like, again,
so if
Elon got fired because his drug addiction's getting worse, Doge doesn't exist. It's like 6 guys, and their job was literally to steal as much data from the government as possible and then funnel that to Palantir. That was their only job, and they did that job. They didn't even really cut much from the government. That's why Scott Bessent punched him in the face. Either that or Stephen Miller for cucking him with his wife, but like one or the other. It's all been for Palantir. And X did a Nazi salute to his eye. I wouldn't be surprised.
You can lay out what we know about this master database and Palantir's contracts with ICE. And let's be clear, we just mentioned...
Like, didn't the government do it already? Didn't they already restrict citizens in their movement? No, they didn't, actually. And not the way that you're thinking. That was specifically to avoid the spread. If you all did that for like 2 weeks, it would have been over then and there. If everyone had just gotten the jab and then stayed inside for 2 weeks, it would have been over and then everyone would have gone back outside. But because people were too afraid, which by the way, it's not their fault, we go back to, again, the beautiful chart of the differences in the brains of people who have authoritarian leanings come from high trait anxiety, traumas, chronic stressors, moral absolutism, and like specifically parts of their brain are different. And all of these were used. Like they took all of these ideas, which honestly, like, I can't believe that there's only a study now displaying all of this, but they employed this against Americans, but really the world, to scare people into doing what feels comfortable to them. to change anything that is, you know, a strong attachment to their traditions and norms, or, you know, their, where is it? Perceived threat and reactivity to said threat. They were using these tools and lying to activate these triggers in people so that they would be afraid of COVID. They're doing it literally right now with measles. They're doing it with COVID again because they banned COVID shots for children and fucking pregnant women. It is a use case of like the actual argument against government control of everything, of surveillance capitalism, but it's only applying it to one specific condition that actually doesn't even quite fit, but just jamming it in there because it was a test run as well. Like Palantir was definitely gathering data during COVID. Now, was it on purpose? No. But did Palantir love it? Yes. Because all of us put all this shit online anyway. It's not about the state. The state doesn't actually matter anymore. The state doesn't exist anymore. Like, the government of the United States is literally run by AI. You can see this in the things that they say, the things that they do. Things for is there a source for this? That chart is brilliant. I made this chart based off of these two studies. Here, I'll link them again. One of which just came out today, and one of which came out in 2020. So using those two, like, you can pretty much map out the exact strategy that the right uses. And the way that they apply these things ignores everything around it. It's just that thing. It's hyper focus, and that takes advantage of the inability for like cognitive reasoning. No, I want your chart. I'll need to figure out how to share Obsidian stuff later. We've been working on that with the mod team, in that I have a vault of all of my sources there. Well, not all of them, quite a lot of them. I'm working on migrating them over, and it's an encrypted vault. So I need to be able to create like a sub vault that I can give public access to. Like, I could post it in Discord, but you won't be able to open it the way that it is. We'll get into it later because we're going to talk about that when we talk about tools for defending yourself.
Leaving, but actually not really, right? Musk and Thiel founded PayPal together, these two billionaire bros, tech bros, and now Thiel's company, Palantir, what it's doing.
Yeah, sure. So just a few months ago, we started hearing about databases within DHS and IRS, SSA, across government.
The IRS specifically was actually mad about this. Every government agency is dying for this right now. They're implementing AI into their systems. Also, I think about 70 countries in the world are also implementing AI into their systems. And I mean, like, every expert in the world is fucking terrified, thinks it's an awful idea, that this will increase authoritarianism on every level, blah, blah, blah. We know these things. But specifically with the IRS, they're mad because, well, AI is not good or bad. Nick, it's neutral. It's the way that it's used is either good or bad. And currently it's being used for literal, like, anti-Christian, like anti-Christ, anti-human evil levels. Like that, it's just why I hate AI right now, is because of its use cases. AI could be good. We talked about that earlier in the stream.
Being linked together. The purpose at the time was very unclear, but from my reporting and reporting that I've done with my colleague Victoria Elliott, we've learned that it seems as if this is a process to mix data from government agencies that immigrants often report to, so IRS and tax data, all these kinds of things that can track their...
That immigrants pay taxes. Even people that are undocumented, they pay sales tax, and they want to pay their taxes when people are on like a green card really badly, because they know they don't want to end up getting deported for not paying taxes. And even when they're not citizens and they're illegally in the country, which I fucking hate the term of, they are still going to file regular taxes sometimes. Not like, you know, the full amount, because they're not citizens. They can't. They don't have a tax file number. They don't have a social security number. But they will still pay more taxes because they know that it's better to pay the taxes now so that you don't get arrested for not paying them for any reason. Like, immigrants commit so much less crime because they're terrified of it. I didn't get my U.S. citizenship until I was 16. I came into the country when I was 5. And my parents were terrified every day until we all got citizenship. Like, till the day that the passport was in our hand, it was fucking terrifying for them. Not for me. I was a kid and I was a, like, little shit, which, like, definitely made it worse for them. But that's being a kid, you know? You don't realize how much stress your parents are in. In hindsight, I realize now, because then I immigrated to Australia by myself, and if I acted the way that I did when I was a kid, here, it wouldn't be great for me, let's just say that. But, like, also, probably wouldn't have been great if I got in much trouble as a kid. Thankfully, I didn't. If you want to do it right, might release it on private GitHub, Obsidian published. We're still working on it. I've been super busy and haven't been able to help much of my time off. Yeah, I did a lot of that yesterday, though, Shard. I'll talk to you about that later, because I've made progress on it. But you understand what I mean in that, like, how we go about things matters. And the language that we use on subjects like this matters. The alarmism is important in some cases. You will own nothing. I actually have that video in the source, in the like my sources list, Incorrigible Heathen. Thank you for that. The only reason that I might not get to play that is because we still have to talk about Ukraine. Well, that's okay, Shard. You're like, it's not like I pay you.
Most recent addresses and things like that into one database that already, you know, USCIS has a tremendous amount of data on anyone seeking, you know, any kind of to immigrate into this country. And so the Palantir process.
Why are we still talking about immigration? Why is it always about immigration? Okay, can we, right, hold on, I'm gonna make a bot really quickly, a Nightbot command, because every time these people say fucking immigrants, I need you to understand that it just means people. Like, any people. It's not immigrants. Hold on. Cool, so now I don't have to pause it and yell every time. And cool chart. But also, cooler chart, which we haven't got to yet.
Seeking, you know, any kind of to immigrate into this country. And so the Palantir process with its software foundry basically becomes the window for all of this data and allows folks at DHS and maybe even at other agencies, we're not quite sure yet, to submit queries and to find information and link it together about folks all across the country.
And what kind of checks are there on this merging of data systems?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, at this point, we don't really know for sure what the checks are. In some cases, these contracts haven't even been signed yet. And right now, it's a big idea that is playing out within agencies, individual agencies. So we've seen it, this unification.
That you're not going to see any restrictions on this, not even just because, like, the BBB bill says, like, no AI regulation for 10 years. It's also because of a arms race that this is developed into. Like, the state is afraid to slow down because China isn't. I mean, there was this chart and this chart. You guys really love the charts. I guess I gotta do this more often.
Of data process happening at IRS. There's been some discussion about bringing it to SSA and DHS.
The checks.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, at this point, we don't really know for sure what the checks are. In some cases, these contracts haven't even been signed yet. And right now, it's a big idea that is playing out within agencies, individual agencies. So we've seen it, this unification of data process happening at IRS. There's been some discussion about bringing it to SSA and DHS, but it's still very much cropping up in individual agencies, and we haven't really heard exactly if there is some kind of master plan and how that could be regulated and what oversight.
Like, the idea of putting, like, Palantir into SSA literally just means they get to decide who gets paid. Like, this is the social credit score. And yes, I made them, and we're working on that, Colinova.
Would look like in this case.
This is literally
And for those
worse
people who
than
are not
China's
familiar
surveillance
with
system.
Peter Thiel and his Palantir Technologies, could you talk a little bit about his history and viewpoints? I mean, there was one article that said that he's a big believer in Armageddon, and he has insisted that the enemies of the West will prevail unless software developers work more closely with the American government to
Motherfucker is an enemy of the West, by the way, at least Peter Thiel wise.
produce AI-powered military capabilities.
Sure. Yeah. So Peter Thiel got his start, decades ago during the dot-com boom with Elon Musk and David Sachs. Many people who are now.
He went to the last school on earth that greets each other with Heil Hitler and Nambia.
In the government. David Sachs now is this AI czar in the White House. And so they made a ton of money building PayPal. And Peter Thiel has gone on to become a venture capitalist, investing in a ton of companies and co-founding Palantir.
He also owns the vice president and is part of Opus Dei and is really close friends with the Federalist Society, Leonard Leo, the Heritage Foundation. Like it's the whole shebang. He's been the deep state the whole time.
He still interacts with and knows Alex Karp, the CEO, fairly well. Palantir, you were discussing how Peter Thiel was talking about American exceptionalism and wanting to become a
nuclear bunker in New Zealand.
A tremendously dominant military power. Palantir is the company to do that. It is the company that builds a tremendous amount of defense and military technologies in order to use drones, to track.
To figure out how not to sound like the most evil cartoonish villains in the world. Did I hear New Zealand? Yeah, Peter Thiel lives in New Zealand. He got his citizenship rushed, and he built a compound in New Zealand that he's expecting to have to escape the end of the world from. Robots to help us, not to control us. Unfortunately, we're all out of the first one.
People across the world
we only got
for
robot
American
dogs with flamethrowers now.
Military operations. And so we're seeing Palantir being brought not just in the military industry, but also the public industry across a bunch of different agencies, as well as just different companies and businesses as well. They're starting to change, not just from defense spending, right, but into becoming an operation system for.
As they said, they want to be the whole government's operation system. They are just existing to gather all of the data. It is a massive siphon of everything. Everything you do everywhere, anytime, is being taken by them and put into this operating system. The AI, owned by Palantir, runs the government. Palantir is the government. That one company. Everything that happens goes through their system. So that's the government. That makes sense to you, right? Can you understand that? That if the United States government employs Palantir's robot machine learning algorithm to put all of their information in and makes every decision accordingly. Remember the first few months of the administration where there was really stupid decisions being made that made no fucking sense? That's because they put it in AI. And the AI made no fucking sense because making government decisions with AI is not a great idea. It's like someone saw an evil villain monitoring everything and thought it was a good idea, because they literally did. They literally did. Palantir is named after some Lord of the Rings shit of see all the horrible things that people can do and control the future, but then it corrupts you or some shit. I don't know. All of these people have openly stated that they got some of their ideas for tech from some of the most dystopian creations in modern media, and took all of the worst lessons from them.
for the entire government.
So let's talk about how this all works. We all have these images of the last few months of these young Doge workers going into various agencies, sometimes forcing their way in, sometimes with police, and moving right into the area where they can download or whatever it is they do with these databases.
They had private servers, and they had the emails, and they were taking. Remember that, guys? Remember Benghazi when people were mad about, you know, a private server? Well, you know, now everything is. Here you go, Citizen Teal. It's pretty bad. Actually, good read. I'll take that. Yoink.
Bases, essentially, as you're reporting, to centralize them. How does a private company get access to these databases? I also want to ask you, you, over the past few weeks, you reported this in April, Doge leadership within the IRS orchestrated a hackathon aimed at plotting out a mega API allowing privileged users to view all agency data from a central access point. Sources tell Wired the project will likely be hosted on Foundry, as you were describing the software.
Like, this is literally 1984.
That was developed by Palantir. Talk more about this.
Yeah.
They get access and hand it to a private company?
Yeah, so this is done across government with Amazon Web Services, Google, all kinds of different tech contracts.
And now we're getting into the thick of it. Anything you do anywhere. Amazon Web Services, you run a virtual machine through AWS thinking that you're safe. You know, you think you could run Windows and then run, like, I don't know, Unix on a virtual machine and then go do some shady shit? No, sorry. AWS services are going to report you. Sorry, by the way, that if you're on Windows, Windows keylogs you. All of this stuff gets, every letter that you type, how fast you type, whether you make mistakes in your typing, whether you type slowly, whether you type with several fingers at a time or with one, all of that is taken and then given to the machine to know about you. All of that. There are drones flying above your head right now at like thousands of feet above your head, gathering your phone, taking pictures of people's faces because they can do that, listening to conversation. Like, it's their job. The police have been doing this for ages. We've had this technology in America since like the mid 2010s. And Palantir's been working with police since the mid 2010s. Los Angeles police, New Orleans police, they've been testing this exact process, perfecting it to employ on us. So, Republicans literally voted for the deep state. So
contractors are able
which,
to
by
access.
the way, tracks with the lie of every accusation's a confession and how they tricked them. They made them literally vote for their worst nightmare, which is why you see a lot of Republicans mad about this, by the way. Everything is being monitored and tracked, and data is getting easier and cheaper to store, and it's getting very difficult to hide from it. And, like, we'll talk about that in depth once this video's over.
This kind of data to build services for it. What you just discussed with IRS, this Palantir process and this creating a giant centralized database of, you know, American civil data was something.
All these workers are getting fired.
Exactly.
But they keep their information.
Right. At the beginning of the Trump administration, you had folks at the General Services Administration, people who are associated with Elon Musk, the husband of some.
Wait. Sorry. I was petting my cat as well, but I can still hear. But, like, why would they not keep the information? Because the information isn't about the employee. Who gives a shit if they're employed or not? They want to know everything about this person so they can make predictive algorithms about what they're going to do next. They want to know if you're going to commit a crime before you commit a crime. They want to know if you're at risk of committing a crime. And instead of fixing why you're at risk, they just want to arrest you for it. And, like, right now, you're going to the slave camps, but we can just have death camps and we wouldn't know, would we? Because a lot of, like, the Germans, a lot of them knew towards the end of the war what was happening, but a lot of them at the beginning did not know about, like, the death camps because they built them outside of the country. And where are the fucking women? Absolutely. The way that the administration has been going about this has been making ways to create, like, stateless people, like a immigrant who comes to the US and is here on asylum, they have nowhere to go, and so they can just be stateless. They don't exist in the broader system. They get to disappear easily without too much issue. Trans people, well, now you have records that are old, you have records that are new, your new records are turned off, which we've seen with like trans people trying to get on like planes and stuff. And so now you're essentially stateless as well. Your passport doesn't work, you don't have a valid ID because all of your former ones were expired and you don't look like that, and now suddenly you don't exist. Oops, gone you are. That's been the strategy so far. But like, where are all the women? Well, like, that's why they're going specifically after colored people right now, because that's the easiest group of people to make disappear in America, and to make stateless. But like, think about Diddy. Diddy managed to keep going for as long as he did, being the disgusting like demon that he is, because he was mostly harming black women, which was a easier target and one that causes less publicity.
And you had folks at the General Services Administration, people who are associated with Elon Musk. The husband is someone who worked at XAI and X.com, and then also Thomas Shedd,
whose husband works for XAI. It's almost like they're working together. I wonder how much of X is being powered by Palantir and how much of Palantir is being powered by X. Are they trading? Are they do they have a dual system going? Do they have like the dumb AI for the psyop and the smart AI for the control? Now, if I was the leader of the deep state, that's exactly what I would do. I would have an AI that's useful and functional for my purposes, and then I would give them like the public an AI that makes them stupider and increases all of the issues on this chart of what makes it so it's easier for the authoritarians to stay in charge. As we saw earlier, the existence of these issues makes people more likely to lean at the authoritarian, like just by like grace of living in these conditions. It's more likely to make you go the authoritarian route, whether you're left leaning or right. It will make you right wing, that is.
Who is leading things over there, who is an ex-Tesla engineer. They said that their main goal for this administration was to centralize data all across government. Centralizing data is incredibly difficult, especially with the mass amounts of data that the federal government has on everyone, you know, living and working within the United States.
You know, there's like a degree of trust that, like, you know, when you go on Facebook, you know that everything you go and do on Facebook is going to get sold for like ad companies for, you know, revenue, but the government didn't do that. So now that level of trust is gone, of like, now the government sells my data. What? We could use AI to find their weak spots. Maybe Putin hates it when you say he has baby hands. AI would know something like that. Well, that's one of the use cases. Yeah. And that's what we're going to look at in this chart, in A, how you can protect yourself, but A, how you could use some of these tools that they're developing to develop not just like ways to fight back, but ways to protect ourselves better. But I want you to remember that generative AI is not good. Don't use it because A, it's addicting. B, it will reduce your critical thinking ability, which is key for you to not go the wrong way. And it's also wasting 16 ounces of water. Like, I genuinely, I feel like there should be like attacks on people who use AI, that they just have to like not drink water for a little bit. Not to say that anyone actually drinks any fucking water these days, but.
And so it seems as if this process has shifted. But instead of building one giant database.
The issue is trade this for knowledge. This is life, knowledge is not. One's worth it, one's not.
Right, but to unifying data at every single agency. So we're seeing that in my reporting at IRS. They're unifying all the data there to make it more easily accessible and accessed. And then also,
is there a word, guys? Just like really be serious here. Is there a word for a government that has a centralized like control command center where they know everything about everybody and exactly what everyone's doing and makes unilateral decisions as to what people should do? and doesn't care about how the public cares, thinks, or feels, and also like arrests political dissidents and people they don't like, they consider undesirables, you know, like puts them in foreign prisons. Is there a word for a type of government like that? Well, like slavery is what they do in the prisons, but like what's the word for that kind of, you know, government? Because I don't think authoritarian really fits it, you know? I feel like maybe somebody invented something for this.
If you have a foundry system at IRS and have one at DHS, those can talk to each other incredibly easily, which means you don't necessarily have to centralize all that data. You're able to query a variety of data systems across government if these systems are interoperable, which it looks like they could be.
And what about this issue of gaining access to the ITIN numbers of that are often used by immigrants instead of Social Security numbers?
Yeah, so the IRS has a tremendous amount of data on anyone who reports income, right? And so IRS data is really, really important because it has oftentimes the most recent addresses for workers in the country. So if you're trying to find someone who is operating in the, who is trying to become a United States citizen, who has applied and done the USCIS online portal, oftentimes, even if they move around, right?
Elon has the data needed to pretend to be people, fill out forms on the internet and vote. They can literally just like specifically prevent you from voting because they know who you'll vote for in advance. So they'll just like make it so you can't register to vote. They can just do that. They can arrest specific people they don't want to vote. They can arrest the next like Dem political candidate that the AI predicts would be a problem before they're even like named as the candidate or popular. It could find like that person's gonna be popular in a year and will be a problem. And then, I mean, no, sorry, the drone strike is Israel. We're not talking about Lavender, which is also Palantir. We're talking about America. Instead, that's ICE will break your door down. Like, like this. But like, even when ICE breaks your door down, you that doesn't mean you're fucked. You do still have a chance because this lovely video that brings me much joy.
Fuck shame! 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 Back up! Yeah, back up! Back up!
I did say they're all cowards.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
And they need to feel shame.
Shame! 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 Shame!
When did we become Russia? Because like a year ago you didn't have this wandering American cities. When did we become Russia?
Shame! 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 Back up! Yeah.
What are you in fucking Afghanistan? That has a fucking grenade is that a fucking like small grenade launcher or a missile? What is that?
That's right! That's right! Back the fuck up! Back up! You guys are fucking Nazis! Get the fuck out of here!
Ace.
Fucking Nazis! God damn it! Fucking cowards!
This is why I say community is important. Because you want people in the neighborhood to know you. That will come out and do this for you, to save you. Are they supposed to be invisible in the city with gear like that? Well, no, clearly it's the opposite. They want to strike fear into your heart. And I need you to know that they're all pussies because like a bunch of old people screaming shame at them made these people tuck their tail in between their legs and run away. One more time for that. This is how you should be responding. You should be creating a community in which you can have people that will come out and do that. You should be doing this for others. If you look like any of these people and you see ICE show up to like go knock on some, go outside and start doing that. Get the community to. Also, yes, the gun is stupid big. I hate it. It's literally a grenade launcher, I'm pretty sure. Like, for, I guess, tear gas canisters, maybe? I mean, this is America. They might be literally shooting grenades into people's houses. Who the fuck knows? They have immunity. They are literally allowed to do that now, so.
Yeah, back up!
But, that's what it's being used for. That's what this
the IRS
is for. All of this is for that.
Will have the most recent data on how to locate them. And that is why this system could be incredibly powerful if it plays out the way that we expect it to.
And in the last seconds we have playing around with voter rolls?
Yes. That was something that I was able to find in my reporting at IRS. It sounds as if, from the sources who spoke to me, that they were able to download voting data from states including Pennsylvania and Florida.
She's terrified. Like, this whole time, she sounds like she's just, like, trying to not get sent to the gulag.
Antonio Gracias, who is a close friend to Elon Musk, is running that operation at SSA. And even in a recent podcast, he said that they were able to, cross-reference data within SSA and voting record data across, the country in order to identify folks who may have voted illegally. Now, we don't really have a lot of information from what they found because I doubt they found
voted for Kamala Harris? I'm sorry, you voted illegally and you're going to the gulags.
Much, but this is the kinds of ways that they're using our data.
Well, McKenna Kelly, there's so much to talk about. I want to thank you for doing that.
Every Kamala voter. You voted illegally. Sorry. Social Security says so. ICE director wants to run deportations like Amazon Prime for human beings. This is being done with Palantir's technology. What's up, Cosmopolitics? Like, it's the evil that comes from Palantir that is just the government now. That's it. That is it. They put everything into Palantir's AI, and everything that comes out is what happens. We don't have a government. Americans voted for AI and Peter Thiel to be the president. The ruler, really, the deep state. You didn't vote for Trump, we're taking your Social Security. You're not going to need it anyway. I feel like that's even being nice. Like, if they can cross-reference your Social Security with your voting records, they could literally, and saying that they found people who voted illegally, they could literally just arrest people that voted entirely legally and say so. They could be killing people right now, and we wouldn't know because the media wouldn't tell us. There's 1,500 FBI agents that were deployed to Memphis, Tennessee last week. Did you hear about that from anywhere? Because, like, it's true. They're there for Elon's fucking data center that's poisoning the water and the air. But, give me a second. And, I actually need to pee this time. And then we'll look at my second favorite chart. Actually, this is my favorite chart that I made today. This is my second favorite chart. But it's still a good chart. Georgia and Tennessee? I mean, all of them. All right, 2 seconds. All right, this bit's gonna be more of a discussion than a full like segment. I want you guys to like actually ask questions and participate because this is about how you can protect yourselves. What's going to happen? What do they want to do? And what you can do with it. So this is surveillance capitalism. See, the way to understand this is that technical, legal, cultural, and personal fronts fighting back against AI-driven censorship, surveillance, and pre-crime is the goal here, and the way to understand what's happening is through two prongs. One, the technical side. What's actually being done? What are the physical things that they're doing? What are the programs that are running? What are these AIs and cameras and integrations all actually looking for? How they're made? And the other side of it, we're going to look at legal aspects. We're going to look at like gray area aspects, and how to utilize some of these tools, who's at risk, why you're at risk, like why it matters, what you can do, how to make your phone safe, how to make your computer safer, and we're gonna have a look at all of these. So like definitely chime in and we can elaborate. So I suppose we'll just continue on with like both one at a time, but technical safeguards wise. So privacy preserving AI. You can technically, not to say that you should, again, don't use AI because it's bad for you and the environment, but if you needed to, you could use it in a way that doesn't give all of your information to the AI company. If you're trying to analyze data on like crimes that, let's say, OpenAI is committed, you can use their own AI to do that without telling them. And that's called homomorphic encryption. And the way that this works is that you encrypt your data into like random, not randomized, but like you have half the key. They can't, like, you need your private half of the key that nobody knows but you, that's never been put online, that's never been, you know, typed out on a keyboard. And so they can't get it. But the other half is what the AI is going to use to decrypt the information you're going to give it. You're going to use it your half of this long, like 32 letter key or like not even 32, the amount of characters you use. So like every letter that's used in the text will have other letters that correspond to it, every number, every symbol, but it's not like a cipher that you can break without knowing the other half of the cipher. What's up, Leather Water Kai? Good to see you. Hello, hello. And so this is also called PGP encryption. But the way you do this with AI is you use PGP encryption so that it has to analyze text that it can't actually read or understand. And it does work, by the way. It will give you a correct answer. They will find ways around that. But for now, if you, like garbage letters and noise, exactly. That's what it looks like if you try and view it from OpenAI's side. But from your side, when you have your half of the key, then it's all real. Like you can see it. And I still don't know how the AI can figure out the half of the encryption, even though like you give it half the key and you code it based on that half of the key, and it's supposed to code it based on half the key and send it back to you so that you can decode it with your half the key. It's interesting that it can do that without also seeing the information. Like it just doesn't take it in so far. Decentralized open source, Petals, Filecoin, Ether AI, Hugging Face. These are different types of AI you could use. I don't recommend using any of them because fuck AI, but you could also just run this locally in your own home. You can get like Llama or ChatGPT and run it on your own computer that doesn't go back to their API. And the only real use cases of that would be to find their weak points in propagandizing, in finding what they might be doing, running like threat analysis simulations based on like what's coming out in the news of what they might do next, for like a higher level of using the tools against them. But generally, don't use the AIs at all because everything you put in gets collected. Don't really even like trust anything online anymore. Don't use the same accounts that you do. Honestly, create new email accounts today and use those. Like don't like switch all of your bank information to an email account that you create today that is never, ever, ever used online. Like you never entered into a computer, ever. Now, if you need to use mobile banking, then don't ever use that card or that bank account to pay for something. Don't ever buy anything with it. Only deposit money into it. Less data means less of a digital fingerprint. A smaller digital fingerprint means that it's difficult to find you. It's more difficult to find you. You can't hide. Not anymore. But you can make it annoying, frustrating, and expensive for them to find you. I think it has a score for meta information about data. It might not know what the data is, but it could know what it's about. Maybe something like that. Like, again, though, they'll get past that soon. Community auditing, adversarial testing, this is what we just talked about. Like, the community auditing is you trying to like understand data together that the AI creates, but adversarial testing is specifically using the AI in ways to find weaknesses for the AI. Because right now, my greatest fear is not even fascism from people. This isn't fascism anymore. Like, objectively, this is not fascism. Because fascism exists for a state, a national identity. But Palantir is above the state. All of the state's data goes to Palantir. They are the state. And that's not a national identity. It's not fascism. Because it doesn't exist for America. The like idea of the nationalist pride is being subverted. And that's required for it to be fascism, which is interesting. We've come to a point where the state is over. This is cyberpunk now. Cyberpunk 1984, where companies rule the world, where companies will have their own cities very soon. They're working on it. And finally, anti-surveillance tools, browser extensions, encrypted comms, adversarial fashion, browser extensions that you could use, such as like ad blockers, really big deal. You can use browser extensions like TinyEye to trace information back to like where that's coming from. You should also, by like encrypted comms we'll get to, but you should put out fake information about yourself on the internet. Lie about yourself on the internet so that it confuses the, like, because that will still get collected. And so if half of the information the AI knows about you is true and the other half is like objective lie, it's difficult to figure out what's true because you're confusing it. You go back and forth. Be inconsistent. Throw out some noise out there. It actually is important to do that. And so then we look at the legal side of it. The EU's AI Act bans predictive policing, emotion recognition, and social scoring. All three of these are being employed in America. Like, predictive policing, we've been doing it since 2012, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse, and now it's like supercharged. Emotional recognition, the AI can tell whether you're upset, whether you're angry. The social credit score, we got it now. Every American who complained about China's social credit score, we have a worse system than them now. Now, they'll catch up, don't get me wrong. China's working on doing exactly the same thing. But for right now, in this moment, you have a social credit score. It decides whether you get sent to the gulag. We have predictive policing, and it's worse than China's surveillance apparatus. Every camera in America right now, several thousands already, have been like upgraded with AI integration all over the place. And so now, every time you walk past any camera, it's now analyzing your facial features, what foot you put in front of the other when you walk, what your hands do, which side, like, are you left-handed or right-handed? Do you lean a bit to one side because you have pain in one leg? All of that stuff is then analyzed and put into like a file on you. And so lying on the internet is one thing, but also lying outside. Walk weird. Change how you walk. If you normally walk like, you know, left foot, right foot, left foot, make it a thing where you go left foot, left foot, but then you stop and then you go right foot, and then like make noise, make bullshit data for it to analyze, and then it will make it harder for them to directly use that against you, and it'll make garbage data that it will then apply broadly. So you can, it's like poison pilling the AI. GDPR and LGBT data control rights to challenge blacklist AI profiling. What was this one again? God damn it. I should really stop just using fucking these. So GDPR is defines a data processor, a natural legal person, a public authority, agency, and other body which expresses personal data on behalf of the controller. The LGPD not LGBT, on Pride Month nonetheless, only explicitly protects the personal data of natural persons. Therefore, legal persons' data is also not covered. And so it's about whether or not what the AI generates for you is even protected information or not. Now, in America, nothing is. But we're talking about like Europe, we're talking about Australia, we're talking about the parts of the world that are not so keen to jump into this. Now, the UK being an outlier in the EU is leaning a bit closer to the US on this, but we've always known that the UK was dying for fucking Skynet, so... U.S. local state bans on facial recognition and policing. So we have some states that have made this illegal. California being one of them. Oregon banning the use of facial recognition software on cameras. New Hampshire limits the use without proper authorization. But as we know that the United States government right now really does not give a shit about the law and will do that anyway. They will do it illegally. And then we have the United Nations, NGOs, which have basically no power. Unfortunately, like they're trying their best, and it's important to look into these movements and to try and give them some boost. But like right now, it seems like the universal like concept of a global like law-based order is just gone. So, and corporate moves. IBM, Microsoft, Amazon paused facial recognition sales to police. Paused, rather. And that's fine because they were taken up by Palantir anyway. GDPR is EU, PD is Brazil. GDPR affects the US companies if they house EU data. Yeah, like as in GDPR in the EU, they will protect you from the US companies a little bit more. In PGPD in Brazil, they will protect you a whole lot more. Whereas like in Brazil, PGPD ends up as like, you have to be a legal person. Like only people have this. And robots are not people. Of course, in America, even corporations are people. But so like, this is absolutely dystopian fiction. We've seen this. Many years. We grew up watching this content. 1984, Controlling the Truth and Language, pre-crime, like arrests and the Minority Report, predictive policing, gone wrong. Like it's already there. Gone wrong, it's gone right. They're trying to do that. Ghost in the Shell, hackable minds with AI ethics. They're already hacking your mind. That's how they brainwash you. They're using AI to make memes to brainwash you. Did you guys know this? Because I didn't know this. That at one point there was something called 4chan GPT or chat GPT 4chan. Like that existed, where someone created a variant of ChatGPT on a local computer, specifically trained on 4chan data that they used to create extremist memes and generate like ideas and do threat modeling with. Not sure about LGPD in the US. I used to deal with SOX PSI and EU GPDR at my last job. Like, I'm not sure that it applies to the US at all anymore. I'm sure like none of this applies to the United States. The United States will go out of their way to break the law if it did apply, because it's more important to this, like, I mean, I was going to say government, but there is no government. It's Palantir. It's more important to the company that, it can do whatever it wants. What are you going to do? Like, you're going to sue America? They're the deep state. You have to go through America before you can get to them. So, like, what are some of the things that we can do? Well, on a grassroots level, rather. Not sure about, yeah. You seriously need to have a chat with Kid Not Kin. It would be epic. I really would love to. I have several people that I've wanted to have a chat with that I'm kind of backlogged on, but I do love chatting with Kid Not Kin when we raid him, generally. One of my favorite places to raid. Peacefire Now is another, Sad Girl is another. Like, we've got so many people to talk to. But, yeah, no, I mean, like, it's a common problem. And again, like, the reason why people are so easily bought out by AI, like even rich people, governments, they all want AI, comes back to the authoritarianism chart of deference to perceived legitimate authority. Right-wingers are submissive. And the AI is smarter than them because they don't have the ability to, have any kind of perspective, reasoning, cognitive flexibility, cognitive ability, really, that they then defer to the AI. Oopsie, what do I do? So, some grassroots cultural hacker resistance. Now, I'm not suggesting that you become a hacker. In fact, it's really difficult to, and like that's a whole like fucking industry. But there are activists that can do a lot with this, and if you are one, you don't need me to tell you what I'm telling you, right? You already know everything I'm telling you because you're already doing it. Back civil liberty organizations, although like these organizations are going to get shut down, a lot of these people are going to get arrested. I mean, didn't we already pass the SAVE Act, which makes it so that the state can rule that nonprofits are terrorist organizations, like with no evidence whatsoever? This has been the problem in most discussions lately. People defer to Grok to prove their point rather than being able to argue it themselves. It's because they aren't able to have critical thinking. They have none left. They don't think. And you know what? I'm pinning that one. And you can see that, Little Water Kai, in like, were you here when I linked the studies? I'll link these two for you anyway, but there is a brain difference between us and them. Like, they are not the same as us in that their brains are smaller. They have less gray matter in their like prefrontal cortex. They have a thinner interior, blah, 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 blah. I'm not a fucking brain scientist. Where is it? Both left-wing authoritarians and right-wing authoritarians linked to reduced dorsal, God, I know this word. Fucking hell. I hate when that happens. Prefrontal cortex. It was up here. Dorsomedial prefrontal cortex. There we go. Volume, moral judgment, perspective taking, as well as in the other case, which was the... I have to do this so many times. It came down to plain plasticity and ability to coordinate thoughts. Yeah, basically. The thing is, like, there is actual differences in the brain, and this is not like by birth. These are things that happen to you. Altered insula. Both left and right-wing authoritarians had thinner insulas than progressives did. And this relates to emotional cognition, cognitive ability, motor control, empathy, kindness, all of that. Coordinating thought patterns. It is smaller in people who are more reactive. And you see that really there is no left-wing authoritarianism. Because the key between what makes the left-wing and right-wing authoritarianism different is still relating to the thing that makes them the same, which is it's built on anxiety. Anxiety and insecurity lead you to right-wing thinking. And that issue comes from that reduction in the scale of the insula, which is the opposite in progressives, which is thicker. And so if left-wing authoritarians have all of the same traits as right-wing authoritarians and don't have the same traits as left-wing non-authoritarians, but have some of the same messaging as left-wing non-authoritarians, they're just right-wing, but like a branch of it. Because it's still built on the same part of your brain. Bing is broken right now. If you search a person in images and click on one, it'll show people that look the same. At least you can see that what AI thinks is similar. I mean, like, it depends on the AI, right, and what it's trained on. Now, like, again, high trait anxiety, disposition to feeling threatened or uncertain, early trauma, chronic stress, moral absolutism. Chronic anxiety and trauma increases amygdala activation and can also then make your brain more... This is exactly what happened to, like, Fetterman. He had a car accident, which damaged his dorsomedial prefrontal cortex, and then he became a right-winger. This is what happens when you get trauma that you relate to an actual issue, like, that is outside of that trauma. It's the willingness to harm others labeled as threat by authorities, and you can become somebody who labels someone as a threat because the authority that you're deferring to, that you perceive as legitimate, feels easier than you not having an answer. The ambiguity of not deferring to another authority is it's a scary feeling. And it's a difficult thing to cope with on your own, especially without critical thinking education, trauma-informed care, a in-person community, like being able to have honest cross-group conversations to break echo chambers. These are the main things that are required to prevent someone from going down that road. Again, though, like, I need to figure out how to apply this to change left-wing messaging to be more useful. But either or. Community teach-ins, workshops, hackathons. Go and, like, if you can, if you have the time, once, like, through this segment, like, and you learn some of the things, the tools that you can use to protect yourself, if you have time, go teach it to other people. Create, like, a, nope, hasn't passed the Senate. Well, that's good. They're going to do it anyway, though, but, you know, still. Like, go and teach people. Create the safety. The digital herd immunity, really. So, on an individual level, end-to-end encryption is important. Signal, WhatsApp, iMessenger, and Proton. None of these are safe. All of these are non-safe. Signal, you have to enter a phone number too. Now, it is still end-to-end encrypted, and it is one of the more difficult ones for them to break, but it's not, like, not even remotely difficult for them to break. Everything you say on Signal is being monitored. WhatsApp, iMessage, Proton Mail, none of these are safe. Every single one of these is being monitored. Now, Proton Mail, you can make a free email address that's throwaway. Like, you make one to use it for this one specific thing, and then you never use it again. You can do that. But really, first and foremost, you should have a separate email address for every account that you have online. For Twitch, you should have a separate email address that you have connected to than you have YouTube. You should have a different email connected to your Discord. And this is all incredibly inconvenient. But guess what? Convenience is how they attack you. Convenience is how they track you. Convenience is how they, like, control you. You need to be okay with inconvenience, because it not only inconveniences you, it inconveniences them. Make different emails for everything. Download something called KeyPass. I forgot. I can't believe I didn't add this one to the list, but KeyPass is a service that is a password manager, but is much more useful than the average. It can generate massive, like, 32 letter long encrypted passwords for you that you never have to type out. Because once you type out that password, Microsoft has it, or Apple has it, unless you're on Linux. Left-wing messaging tends to be reactionary to the buzz thought of the problematic speech. On the other hand, more conservative thought tends to lean on the security of non-secular arguments for security. Well, I mean, like, that makes sense because both are reactionary. Left-wing authoritarianism is hostile towards hierarchies and traditional power, sometimes punitive, is reactionary in a way that is making them go all the way over to the, like, the horseshoe theory is real, is what this proves, really. KeyPass is hackable, which is true, which is why you never actually type anything out, and you don't use it to store things. You use it to create. Now, Atlas is another one. Atlas is a two-factor authentication as well, and like, that's going to be useful, but use a hardware device. That's the next step. Device and disk encryption. You should be encrypting your disk. You should be keeping files that you don't want people to see on a disk that you only ever use when not connected to any internet on a device that you don't regularly use. Like, if you have, I don't know, sensitive corporate documents, let's say, for the sake of algorithmic non-shadow banning. Let's say you work at a corporate, you work at Arasaka, and you don't want Militech to steal your shit that you have these files on. Well, what do? Well, you download the files, and then the only way that you're ever going to open them is in an environment where there's nothing around you. Like this, your phone turned off, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's turned off. It can still ping other devices near it. It can still take the MAC number of that address, find the IP if you're like already not encrypted in like the device manner like below that, because you have to go all the way back down to like the ISP. Like I started out with router because my ISP's router doesn't let me change DNS settings, which is important. And if you don't know what any of these fucking words mean, then you need to learn, because like this is the only chance you have. You can't make yourself invisible, but you can make it harder to find them. So tracking like anything is going to be harder if you not just use the Faraday bags. Burner devices are difficult now. In America, you're not getting a burner phone. You have to use an ID to get a phone number. Period. There is no way to get a burner phone without you having to register your name or your phone number to it. So burner devices. Well, let's say you want to get an iPad. Well, you could get a an old iPad that has no like cellular connection, but Apple will have that information. Now you can use lockdown mode, which is like, you know, it's going to make it air gapped, but Apple still gets that. But let's say you trust Apple. Well, you don't trust them enough to know who you are, but you trust them enough that you don't care if they get that information off this pad because it's not connected to you. You didn't buy it, you know, with a card. You bought it in cash away from cameras. Well, sorry, you need a phone number to use the functions of the iPad. You can't go in the App Store. Now you could jailbreak it, but that leaves more vulnerabilities. There's a lot that goes into this. VPNs are not going to protect you. VPNs don't do shit on their own. All a VPN does is hide your activity from your ISP. That's it. Like if you want to go watch Netflix in another country, that's what the VPN is for. It won't do anything on its own. Now, also, if you're going to go on Tor, please don't use it with a VPN because it will make you less safe. It makes you stand out more. Don't use Tor with VPN unless like you already know how to. Thanks for the Subwalker Steel. I really appreciate that. But Faraday bags. Let me grab one. I have an example. Here is my laptop. And it's in a Faraday bag. Now this bag has another bag in it because you should double up on Faraday bags because they can leak. They have, you know, Velcro. There is a magnetic seal in this. So it's also sealed by a magnet. It's made by material that blocks any like electromagnetic waves from escaping, any RF, EMF, whatever it is. It blocks any signals going in and out. You can test this, by the way, with devices by like put your phone in a bag and then close it and then try and call your phone and see if the phone call goes through. It should block it. If it's not, then your Faraday bag is leaky. Now, let's say you have a device that you like to keep secure for whatever reason. Like it's not illegal to want to keep your device secure. You run a business and you have the data that is important to your business on there. You don't want a hacker to come and steal it. You don't want, you know, someone to use AI to write a program that can come and great for garage door openers too, a Faraday bag. That's true. That is true. Credit cards with your RFID chip in the Faraday bag. Your car keys even in the Faraday bag. Anything that does like anything that's not made of fucking wood essentially can go in a Faraday bag and be useful. In your smartwatch in the bag. If you want to, let's say, let's use the company example again because it's safe for the algorithm. Let's say you run a company and you have done all of the other steps that we still haven't even gotten to, and you have your entire network safe. Every device in your home is turned off or in a Faraday bag. You don't use any Wi-Fi and everything is only hardwired through LAN. Then you can take out your device and connect it hardwired to the internet, and then move forward from there. But that's not enough, right? That's not enough because if the Faraday bags are leaking, you're fucked. If your IP's leaking from your router, you're fucked. You want to be able to use this machine in a way that only can be accessed while you're using it. So let's say somebody at a competitive company that makes the same things that you do tries to hack you, and they break through your system, your network, they get into your subnet. Now you have a secondary, like, separate subnet from that because of your encrypted router, and then your PC is hardwire connected to that subnet. And so once you take it out and you close it and you shut that off, you turn off your second router and you put them all in the Faraday bag. No one can access that. It doesn't exist online. There's no way for them to get into the system because they're blocked by it. Another way to ensure this is that every time you do use it, or like maybe on a schedule, change it up. Change all of the accounts that you're using, the emails. Like you can have a bot do it. You can just create a bunch of email accounts every month, and that's your monthly email account that you will use for all of your whatever it is, whatever platform that you're on. It helps you not getting like clocked by an algorithm. Let's say if you're scrolling on social media and then getting brainwashed, but also it creates a sense of uncertainty in who you are, where you are, and again, throwing out trash information, lying about yourself on the internet. It helps create this like wall of noise around you. Using pseudonyms is also important. Never use any name that has ever been connected to you ever in like let's say you played World of Warcraft like 15 years ago and you used the name like the real Slim Shady, and now like any use of that as an email or a name or a pseudonym will then get clocked with metadata to you. My bigger issue is not when using these protocols, basic searching even around devices or shopping, etc. cookies. Absolutely. And beyond that, like you have to remember that even like Google searching something is using 16 ounces of water because it goes through AI. DuckDuckGo is a better way to search, although they do still connect to these like services that do steal and sell your data in minor ways. A way around that is getting some extensions for your web browser. Get off of Chrome and switch to Firefox, ad blockers, and using the highest level of security. Like if you don't need JavaScript, have it disabled. JavaScript is like the easiest exploit for them to get into your system anyway. So if you're browsing on the internet and you have Firefox open, you go into your settings, make it at least the middle option, but the safest option. Make it so that there is nothing leaking. And yes, it might break some functions of a website. And if you need that function, you can turn that back on, just refresh the website. You're fine. But again, that doesn't mean that you're not getting collected, which is why you should be cycling these accounts, that your cookies don't come back to you because every month you have a new pseudonym and a new name and a new email account. And like, if you're a content creator, there's no way around it. You're fucked. They have everything on you. We're all on lists right now. You are on a list, Led the Water Kai. I am on a list. Anyone who's ever talked about like politics on a live stream, a YouTube video, a TikTok, we're all on lists. And that's not going away. But you guys in chat, you are not on the list just yet. So using these like methods, you can try and hide from them. Civil engagement, demand AI ethics, accountability, be mad. Digital herd immunity, though, is important. If all of us start giving bullshit to the AI, then the AI will learn bullshit. If there is a concentrated effort in trying to change up how much information that we make public, if we all start practicing this, then there's less of this. I'm showing my face and put out my info. There's no hiding. Yeah, absolutely. Like they might not like you. No one here might know my name. Palantir knows my name. They know my name. They know where I was born. They know what I like they know what I fucking ate for dinner last night. They do. Because like I ordered it from a store. And make sure we realize the biggest hacks, etc., are done by people themselves getting fish spoofed and farmed. Speaking of phishing, we have vishing now, where AI can do phishing phone calls and sound like somebody that you know, because a hacker who, let's say, wants to fuck with you can go onto your Facebook page and have the AI analyze your Facebook friends, find out like if you have like a close family member, and then give you a phishing call sounding like that family member, using knowledge that they learned from your social media to steal money from you. It's at a point where like you can't trust. Now, again, Tor, by the way, don't use with a VPN. Again, it will make you stand out more, but Tor on its own is not going to make you safe. Tor should be reserved for like, if you're afraid of someone catching you doing something, like, again, you're a company and you are trying to like look into information, but you don't want a competitor to know, and they may or may not be like in your system or subnet, because everyone has AI to do hacking with now. So hacking is like easy. And so you want to use Tor in a way that like doesn't connect back to you, but Tor will still show what operating system that you're on, which can actually out you. So it's an issue. Global geopolitics, where AI oppression versus resistance. So authoritarian adopters, China, Russia, the Middle East, and America, are all exploiting AI surveillance in a big way. Democratic resistance, the EU's AI Act, Canada, Australia, Japan, South Korea are at least not keen on it. They will, a lot of these countries will eventually fall to it. I think Japan and South Korea, they will. The EU will hold out for a while. I don't think Canada will. Australia is like 50-50 on that. The US, strong civil society, but vulnerable to corporate surveillance. We have people that are pissed. The Republicans are pissed about this just as much as Democrats are. The right-wingers, the Nazis, are pissed about this just as much as the leftists are. Now, I'm not saying we should work with the Nazis, but like, I can very much think of ways that we could point their anger like a weapon in the right direction. Global South, mixed, strong civil society, pushback in some regions. We'll see what happens with, you know, generally like Africa and South America. But AI surveillance spreads fast, so we must resist. So, like, surveillance capitalism, in like the easiest way that I can put it, is when companies like Google and Facebook, data brokers, collect everything you do, online and offline, your clicks, your searches, your locations, your purchases. They're all tracked, they're all analyzed, they're all sold. They've been doing this for years. Remember 2016? Remember Cambridge Analytica? When Facebook helped Donald Trump get elected the first time? Now, think about that, but on like steroids and all grown up. You become the product. Data is used for ads, price changes, news feeds, job offers, and more. We were the product. We are no longer the product. We are now the raw material for the product, which is fucked. We're the resource that is harvested to create the commodity. We're not the commodity that's being sold anymore. They downgraded us. We're now the resources that are being mined. We are being they're using us like an oil rig. They drilled a hole into your head, and all the shit that comes pouring out gets fed into the machine. So again, like dystopian fantasies, analogies from Orwell. One Big Brother today. Today we have many. Each platform is a watcher. In authoritarian states, the government plus tech equals a supercharged surveillance. Except, like, in America specifically, there is no more government. It's just tech. It's just tech. We've gone past 1984 to cyberpunk. We now have cyberpunk 1984. Megacorps run everything, surveil everyone. Like, in reality, a handful of tech giants dominate and know almost everything you do, almost everyone you know, everything you say. Also, yes, Fahrenheit 451. I can't believe I forgot that one. Fahrenheit. Did I spell that right? No, I can never spell that right. 451. And so I was meeting a friend who is tech savvy, dude, and he's working on a Latin American platform to dethrone YouTube. Thank God, please. I can't wait to get off these fucking right-wing websites, because that's what they're not gonna ban the left on Twitch. What they're gonna do is called algorithmic exile. They're just gonna make you invisible. No one's gonna click on you because no one's gonna see you. So like, why it matters. Then we'll get to like groups at risk and like what you could do. 70% of employers screen your digital footprint. One bad tweet and your job is gone. Gone. They do on Threads already. That's true. A demonetized channel or doxed address can wreck your income or safety overnight. We've seen this with Twitter. Like even like before the election, there was a massive increase in how much like views the right got versus the left. How many views do I have? I have 21 viewers right now. 21. Please go drop a like on the stream, which is like half of what I was getting a month and a half ago. And like, I know that I've been a little inconsistent, right? But like, this is a pretty interesting topic. You would think that more than 20 people are seeing it, but they're not. There's like 4 on YouTube and 20 on Twitch. That's what this is. I'm not sure that like there's a way around that aside from figuring out how to use AI to trick their language models to like not flag you, which goes back up here to adversarial not adversarial makeup. Oh, I did forget about that bit actually, but adversarial testing. I did forget to mention that creative resistance wise, adversarial makeup / clothes does help. AI facial recognition has a very difficult time in seeing you if you have clothing that's like a mix of patterns, like stripes and dots that don't really like have any kind of order. If you draw like little blue or green circle with makeup on this side of your face and like a little yellow block over here and then maybe like a triangle, it won't be able to register your face as well, at least for now. Which is a way that you could, like in a real emergency, let's say for example that your ex is the sheriff of the police department in your town, and your ex is fucking psychotic and is abusive and has a warrant for your arrest. That would be an example of like, and you've done nothing wrong. It's just like retaliatory because in America, police have the right to do anything they want. That would be an example of which you could employ something like that for your safety. Yeah, do you know what a pain it is for someone like me to have to use this platform devoid of my identity? The gringo grind is real. I do know the pain, Dendit, so I can't say half the shit I want to on here, and just this last week, the shit that I've said, I'm surprised I'm still like, you know, not banned. Maybe that's why I'm getting half the views, because I didn't get banned. They just did the exile thing. But safety, leaking your data equals a real life threat. It's not just the government that can come for you. Swatting kills, stalkers get addresses, activists get detained. If you want to go to a protest, then you better be paying attention and be doing this now, because every protest that you go to is being monitored by a drone camera 20,000 feet up in the air, where they have facial recognition looking at each and every one of you, grabbing all the data from your phones, which is why you shouldn't bring a phone to a protest. You need to know this kind of stuff. Hong Kong protester guides probably have the most up-to-date info on how to evade AI facial recognition if you can get your hands on their infographics. They are probably your best bet. That's actually not a good idea. Sorry, that's actually not a bad idea. Hong Kong protester guides, AI facial recognition. I do know there's videos on this. I'll try and pull one up for stream tomorrow, but here's a New York Times article from 2019 that shows you like just how much faces became weapons, a quest to identify protesters. If you're ever going to go to a protest again, you better be paying attention to keeping yourself safe there. Since 2016, they've been monitoring every protester in Los Angeles. Now, California banned predictive policing, but the federal government still tracks you. Internet caters to gringos while they are only represent 4.2% of the world population, music, literature, and so many other things. Well, I mean, it's because all the tech platforms exist in one country, Dan did so. They're all in America, so of course they're all going to cater to America, which is why we also need to get off of the main platforms. Stop using Google search, for example. Democracy, surveillance plus manipulation is a threat to dissent, free press, and informed citizenship. So learn how to avoid it. Facebook, everything tracked. Cambridge Analytica, political manipulation. They did this before. Now this is that, but like 10 times worse. Google search, email, Android, maps, trackers on 70% of the web. Everything you do on your phone is tracked. You have zero privacy on your phone. It doesn't matter if you're on Tor, your phone is tracking you. Doesn't matter if you have VPN, your phone is tracking you. It's built into the hardware. The only way that you could do that is by reflashing your phone, which we'll show you like later, but like it depends on the phone that you have whether or not you even can. Get a dumb phone if you want safety, at least from like non-state actors, because it's not going to help you from a state actor just to have no phone. Predictive policing algorithms create pre-crime lists and reinforce bias. Amazon's Echo listens, Ring watches, correlates purchases with activity. How many packages do you get delivered is going to relate to, okay, what's the average amount that you're willing to spend on Amazon per month? How can we increase that margin? For example, just so that they can siphon more money off of you. And like when I say state actors, again, I'm not talking about anything illegal here. I'm talking like, let's say you're a journalist that reports on the Ukraine war. There are Russians who might want to harm you because, let's say, you troll them, you piss them off. Let's say you're a big streamer and you need protection. These are things that you can do to protect yourself from adversarial, like, foreign state actors or just general threat actors. Now, why you should resist, again, like surveillance capitalism, autonomy, democracy, and safety, reclaiming your control of your data. Small acts add up. Every little like bit that you control that they don't matters. Every new email address that you create for your account matters. Every bit of fake information that you put out there about yourself matters. Like I'm naturally black haired, but then now I have brown hair because I dye it. Or maybe I'm naturally brown haired. Like it doesn't, like even just a simple bullshit like that. Now it's a question. And like, obviously, like from there, it's protecting everyone else. So like, what are some things that you do? If you can only do 3 things, if you only do these 3, at the very least do these. Unique passwords on everything. Minimum of 16 characters. That's why I sent you KeePass. KeePass is hackable, but you can still use it to generate a safe encrypted password that you never have to type out because your operating system is spying on you. You can paste it, and then you keep that offline. You never store that password online. Get yourself like a notebook, a physical notebook, and keep that on your person at all times. For example, a small, tiny, never have that like not on you. But let's say you want to take that like security even further, have it only in a secure location that's not your house and never on you. If you want, like, all of these things add up. All of these things come together and create an environment where it's not that you're invisible, it's that it takes effort to come and get you. Oh, thanks for the sub, Dave Cole. The second thing that you could do, turn off your biggest data streams, your location services, your voice, and your ad personalization. You can do this on every device, you can do this on every operating system, and you can do this on every social media site, specifically all of them. Location sharing, if you need to like order an Uber, flip it on, order the Uber, then flip it back off. Like you can do that, you know? Bluetooth, never have that shit on unless you need it. Never have it connected to anything unless you need it. Wi-Fi, don't really use it unless you have to. I keep my passwords written down, have since pre-internet. Cool. You can get a smart idea. It's just like if you keep it at home, they'll come for it. So, you know, you got to keep it in a third location that's not your home. If, let's say you're worried that someone might break in. Oh, you're old. Yeah, you're fine. They're not going to come for you, SN. At least, I don't think so. Maybe. Who knows? Don't quote me on that. And think before sharing. assume that everything you say or do, even that you don't hit enter, if you type out a sentence and you don't hit enter, it's still there forever. Be intentional with your time online. Your mouse movements are tracked. Like, do I move my mouse up and down? Do I move quickly? Do I slowly move? All of these are tracked. And then let's say, you know, you're doing something, and you're doing something, let's say, not legal, which you shouldn't be doing, and they're looking for you. And they have 10 options that they're looking for, that they've narrowed it down to these 10 possibilities. The mouse movements might get you. Randomize what you do. Randomize how you walk, your gait, your speed. Randomize how you type. Again, whether you make like spelling mistakes is tracked. Whether you type fast is tracked. If you're typing fast and you make mistakes, then they think that you're impulsive, and then they make a profile around that. If you naturally type fast, maybe you should start typing with one finger and slow, like a boomer, every now and again. I missed this because family stuff, but I will watch the VOD. I will almost certainly make this into an actual, like, video, if I can. Speaking of which, actually, can I get a poll of those of you that are here? One's in chat, if you don't mind me streaming Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and skipping Tuesday and Thursday, but using those days to try and edit and make, like, actual YouTube videos, because finding an editor has been incredibly difficult. And I think that, like, it might actually just be good in growing the community right now, is just some more eyes. I'm seeing some ones. All right. I'll hold up a proper poll for that on the Discord, but which if you're not in, by the way, you should absolutely join, because it is awesome. And you should also go and drop a like on the YouTube stream, because it helps. And you guys got to support me, because holy fuck, we're fucked. Like, no one might ever see me pop up as a recommendation ever again in like a week. We'll see how that goes. But specific groups that are at risk here. Well, everybody. Reputational damage, income loss, safety threats via data leaks. These will affect everybody. Anything that, like, if you have nudes that they get leaked. Did you go over securing cell phones, not using face or fingerprint? Yep, nope, that's all the way down here, SN. This is a big chart. Not as big as this chart. Sorry, bigger than this chart, rather. So, like, reputational damage comes from anything that someone might blackmail you with. You cheating on your wife? AI found it. Oops. There you go. If you know, are gay, you don't want people to know. Oh, okay. If you really want me to do that now, I can do that now. I am taking my sweet ass time here. Income loss, you're gonna lose your jobs, etc., etc. Journalists and activists, we're all fucked. Like, they are spying on you constantly, and they will never not be. If you have ever put your face online and had a political opinion that was not fascistic, you're on a list. Streamers, doxing, squatting, algorithmic monetization, they will be able to use AI to create DDoSing algorithms, like code that they could just use. They can swat you much easier by analyzing a couple videos of yours where you might give out some personal information about where you live, and they can locate you. Algorithmic demonetization, we're already there. Twitch doesn't give ad revenue to leftist political streamers. What separates Viz from other streamers right now is that it isn't just her job or hobby either. It's responsibility to get our world. Like, honestly, I don't make any money. I don't make enough money to pay my bills. It's not a hobby. Like, I mean, I love doing this. Don't get me wrong. I love fucking doing this, but it's not fun right now. So, like, yeah, you're kind of on it there. This is, you guys are gonna die if you don't know this. If you go out to a protest without knowing this information, there is a not zero chance that you will end up in a gulag. And there is a chance that if you go to a protest knowing this information, you have a lower chance of ending up in the gulag. Let alone just, like, ICE kicking your door down. I talked about this earlier. The way that ICE decides who to arrest is through an algorithm. It's the AI does it. Whether you have, you know, contacts in your phone, your location history, your average like income, what part of town you live in, where you lived, what's your history, have you ever had a criminal record, do you have any medical conditions, like how do you speak online, are you confrontational, all of everything that you do, everything. So it's an economic order that treats the human experience like raw material for profit. Again, like I said before, we are no longer the commodity being sold. We're not the product. We're the raw materials that are being extracted for the product. They're mining us like they're mining coal. They'll censor the leftist community and from us, so we'll lose our online community. Exactly. That's the plan. It's exile, algorithmic exile, which is why you should create ways to talk to each other in contingencies, like maybe throwaway emails that exist specifically to be used in case of like emergency. I think maybe that's a good idea where everyone makes a throwaway email that they don't use, but they keep access to. They write down, they throw it in a document on the Discord, and that document can remain saved and updated. And let's say, oops, we're all disappeared. Well, now I have a way to email all of you, and you can be like, oh, where's Visora been? I don't see her on Twitch. Let me check this like email that I made. Oh, there it is. That's the new link to where you can go. Like, you're gonna have to engage with politics online the way that people on the dark web engage with dark web markets, where like the URL has to keep changing. We have to get pigeons. I'm pretty sure pigeons aren't going to fly from here all the way to the States, but you know, we'll see what we can do. I have no contingency right now, so I do need some help from you guys forming that. Data is extracted from digital services sold without consent. Tech giants use data to protect shape behavior and not just target ads. They are going to decide. This is Project Insight. This is the fucking Marvel villain shit of let's decide that everyone on Earth is preconditioned to act a certain way. Let's just decide these people are terrorists, even though they've done nothing. But based on their text, they will be terrorists in a year. And just pre-arrest them. That's what this does. This is why the tech was used in Israel. This exact same Minority Report, exactly. The exact tech here was utilized in Israel using the Lavender AI to tag 39,000 Palestinians as potential Hamas targets in the first 2 weeks of the genocide. And they were all then tracked, waited until these people came home, and then hit, so that like it ensured this. This may have been covered already, but even if you don't have anything to hide, it's really important to be aware. Absolutely. If someone else commits a crime and they don't get caught, you might, because you one time joked about doing said crime in Discord chat. Oh my god, thank you, Not Laws. Here, buy an ice cream. I appreciate that. I will buy an ice cream. It's, again, at risk. Who's at risk? Everyone. You have a job. You exist in the world. You do anything wrong, and it can be used as blackmail. You could lose your job from a tweet. You can get arrested from a tweet. We've seen it happen. You're 10 to 20% of America is expected to lose their job this year, and all of that is going to lead to more of the authoritarian behaviors, because we see that it comes from stress and like anxiety, and also like the social conditions that create that are the ones that we're perpetuating. But also it creates more use cases for this, because the plan isn't to make sure that everyone is a perfect law-abiding, like, happy citizen. No, that's never been the plan. This doesn't exist to like control you. This isn't fascism, because the state doesn't exist. It's not for the state. This goes above fascism, because Palantir is the state. This is so that you can be put in a state of condition so that you go commit crimes, and they can arrest you and then put you in jail, and so you can have free labor from you. That's the plan. They want you to be in a state where you have to commit crimes to survive, and you don't want them to be able to put you there. Just based on what we know, the FBI monitors Twitch and Discord. What we don't know probably extends well. The AIs that the intelligence services have been monitoring everything you do for years. Again, we've been using predictive policing since 2016. Actually, 2012 in New Orleans was the earliest case of like provable predictive policing being used by the United States. 2016 during Black Lives Matter. All over California. California did ban it, but again, like, legality doesn't really matter here. The more the company knows, the more it can manipulate. And remember, we're already doing like company towns shit. And so it's not just the company knows, it's the company owns you. And again, you are not the product being sold anymore. You are the resource being extracted to create the product that's sold. If you want like a deep dive on how machine works, you can look that up. I don't really care about that right now. 8 steps to auditing your digital footprint, like how you should go about checking this stuff real quick. Now, again, we're going to go over the trade-offs and like you can decide what's worth doing for you and what's not, but do this audit for yourself, these 8 steps. Look at your accounts and your devices. Write them down on physical paper. Go and write down every account that you use regularly. They're like the devices that you use them on, the email addresses attached to them. If you're not lazy, then go make new ones for each and every one and then recycle those every month or like create new ones on a non-schedule schedule. Review all of your privacy settings on every social media that you use. Is it possible to zoom in on the chart? Yeah, sorry, I can zoom in a bit more. My bad, thank you. You should be reviewing your privacy settings on each and every one of like anything that you use, whether it's social media, whether it's just the browser. Google yourself, see what's public. And actually, not just Google yourself, you can reverse image search your face, for example. You should be using this tool at the very least every time you want to send anyone a photo. It's called EXIF, open source. You can open this and you can upload a photo and it will show you the metadata attached to the photo, where it was taken, what device it was taken on, and you can scrub all of that and just make it so the photo doesn't have any information tying back to you attached to it. Most of you might not know this, but every photo you've ever put online has a direct location tag as to where it was taken and where it was posted. It has a tag on what device used it, the MAC address used it, what, was it like an iPhone 16 or an iPhone 16 Pro or a Pro Max? All of that's collected in the photo data, in the metadata. So this is how you can erase that before you send it off, which is it's kind of wild. Yeah, it's also really important. Then after Googling yourself, check for breaches or leaks, examine trackers or cookies, make sure that they're turned off. Like I said, switch to Firefox and use the safest option, and only open it when you really need to, up to the less safer options in case you need JavaScript because it's breaking. Learn basic coding language. You don't have to learn how to code. I don't know how to code. I can write HTML and not enough to make a website. So yes, just create something. Learn how to. Does that for digital cameras too? Yes, I believe so. Any photo, if it's an actual proper camera, it will have some metadata attached to it, but it won't be as in depth. It might be more on the type of camera, but you still want to scrub it because the camera that you have can still get traced back to you. It does what I'm saying. Oh, absolutely. Sorry, my bad. I misread that. It absolutely does. I wasn't sure about that one. Also, webcams. Cover your webcams. Have you ever seen a video of Mark Zuckerberg in front of a laptop? Because I have. And you know what's on his laptop? A fucking thing covering his webcam. Ideally, you use your secure device that has no microphone and no camera. Now, if you're good with your hands, you could literally take apart your laptop and then take those out. I'm on my iPad right now, one finger typing. Now, SN, remember, you should be You should be aware of what you're actually saying. Be intentional with all of your words. Like, that could be a lie. That could be true. I don't know. Because everything you type before you even hit send is taken. Yep, that's the point I'm trying to make. SN, I like you. You're smart. Think before you type. Think before you click anything. Think before you move your mouse. Using the computer shouldn't have to feel stressful, but it shouldn't be a relaxed thing. You're not... If you want to be politically active on the left, if you want to kind of doomered right now, well, don't be, because there's a lot you can do with this. It's a lot of work to, like, protect yourself. But it's always been a lot of work to protect yourself. It's never not been. It's just like, we're at war, guys. We're at war for, like, the humanity. These people want to replace humanity with mindless robots and control everything forever. This is, like, it's an information war. It's not physical. I'm not talking about violence here, but, like, they will do violence onto us. But we're still at war, and there are ways to fight back. Again, use their tech against them. Somebody who is good with tech, again, like, you know, on the hacktivist side, could use adversarial testing to find weak spots in their system, use their own system against them. How you can protect yourself from it. What is it looking for? What can it hide? Go and read, like, many dystopian, like, novels about robots and AIs and the Terminator shit. There are things you can literally learn from that now. That's kind of now, like, useful technology. An agent watching me on my webcam typing with my feet. Oh my god. It's funny that you guys say agent, because I know you guys mean federal agent, but it's not anymore. It's an AI agent watching you. So the trade-offs of doing all of this is, like, going off grid versus participation, depending on how secure you want to be and what you think your role should be. That depends on you, and depends on how much you want to fight back versus survive. Fake data, disinformation defense versus, you know, terms of service usability. You want some of that disinformation defending you, and you can also use that to get around TOS. You can word things to get around TOS. Now, like, that's against TOS for me to say, but I'm not talking about Twitch. And we showed it on, like, how in 2 hours, researchers got ChatGPT to do some really, like, scary shit. Ad blockers versus creator revenue. I don't run ads. It's fine. That's for me, at least. But, like, generally, revenue. A lot of people are going to make their living online once they lose their jobs to robots. We're going to get flooded with more content creators. We're also going to get flooded with content creators that are just AI. You can disable devices via device manager in your Windows as well. Absolutely can. You can also look into the services running. If you hit, like, Control-Alt-Delete and you go into, whoopsie, your task manager and go to services, you can see what's running. And honestly, like, as much as I hate telling you to use AI, if you're looking for, like, a way to do this the safest way possible, again, you can learn PGP encryption and then use their AI in a way that they can't read it, at least for now. What I'm most concerned about now is the scale, because AI, it's going to be used individuals being closely monitored. Now it's everyone. Well, yeah, that's the thing. We live in cyberpunk 1984 now, Professor Whom. That's the world. It's cyberpunk 1984. So learning how to survive in that world is important. Why don't I write signal? That's session, not signal. Signal is not essential tool. Signal is all right, but if you really want secure, you want session, because session doesn't require you to put a phone number in. And, like, they're throwaway accounts. So you just, like, make a new one, you make a name, it gives you, like, a number, and you can then send that number to whoever you want to talk to, and then you can talk, and then that's gone. The account's gone, disappears. But again, audit yourself. What does each service know about you? List your platforms, check data exports, review your permissions on each one of them. Who else has your data? Third-party apps on your phone. On your phone, you have to give, like, permissions to, like, play, like, any game, right? Go through your phone's permissions manager and see how many apps have access to your microphone, your location, your camera, and turn them off. And the ones that you need, you know, like if you want to order an Uber, you can turn that back on and then turn it back off when you need it. And we're about to talk about hardening your phone in a second anyway. But check for leaks. Use haveibeenpwned.com, which is not exhaustive, but it does check for if your information has been, you know, you put onto like lists on the dark web. Browser fingerprinting tests, EFFs cover your track. There's also, what is this, IP leak, was it? Yes, it was this one. There's also this, where, if you open that, it'll show you a shocking amount of information about you just by, like, the browser window. Now, don't, like, I won't show it because it would dox myself in every way. Because I'm not on the encrypted net at the moment. But you want to be able to at least protect yourself in a way. So like a good idea would be to get an encrypted router, like a second one. And then, you know, make sure that it's a good one. I'm not going to tell you like which ones to buy because I don't know. But you can have that connected with your ISP's router in a way that, like, it depends on whether you need fast internet or not. But if shit I've been pwned, new emails, change all those passwords. 16-digit minimum random character passwords, use KeyPass, and then save that password offline. Never type it out, Shoofa Poofer. And then, you know, run like virus scans to make sure that they're not in your subnet, in your computer, in your system. It's like every company getting data breach now. Exactly. So you want to be better than them, and they are easy to breach. The thing is, the bigger the company is, the easier it is to hack. And so you as an individual are more difficult to hack. You can literally, again, go buy a like secondary like router, an encrypted one, and if you want faster internet, then you can have that, you know, like let's say you have it wired to the wall, like coax cable or whatever, fiber optic, and you have that connected to the like ISP's router. Then on the first like LAN port, you can connect your second router to it. Once you have all of the second router set up properly, that is, it's like that's not enough. Then it will result in two different networks existing that don't actually talk to each other. They will have probably handshaked, but like that's not necessarily important because then you're going to be changing the DNS settings and you're going to be switching where you're. It's like making a VPN yourself rather than paying someone else to, but better, actually. So you can do that pretty easily. If you want more security and you don't care about the fast internet, you can put the encrypted router behind the ISP's router so that the like stuff is already encrypted going into the ISP router. Now, like, it doesn't necessarily even matter because like the IP will still like mask either way. And again, if you don't know what I'm saying, learn what I'm saying. I have a lot of resources I'm going to post in the Discord. A lot of files, PDF files, books. A lot of them are in French or Spanish, but they are worth reading, and I would check them out if I were you. If you don't if you're not already in the Discord, I would hop in. I'll post those after the stream. Subnets are part of networking most people won't have at home. Use WA3 for your router encryption. Yes, only WPA3. Turn off IPv6 if you can. If you don't need IPv6, only use IPv4, which like I don't really understand the difference on, but like some devices that are older don't work with IPv4, or rather don't work with 6 rather. I don't know. Who gives a shit? 6 is worse. That's the bad one. Change your DNS settings and make yourself appear in a country that is not the United States or a Five Eyes country or even a 14 Eyes country. You should be using like Mulvad, for example, as the where you're routing it through, because we know Mulvad specifically was raided by like Interpol, like the European Union's federal police raided this company and demanded information from them, but they don't have any. They literally didn't have any information. They don't keep any of it. So like, unless they've changed those practices, which we're not going to be aware of until it happens, Mullvad is your best bet. They literally don't keep anything, both VPN wise and using it as like your DNS server. Wireshark is another, but I'm not sure how good that is. So Session, again, if you want to talk, do not do it on your phone. Your phone is not encrypted. Don't do it like, I mean, really, don't even type normally. Like, if you want to send a message, type it in gibberish. Have a cipher that you can, like, agree on with that person. Talk in person. Talk on the phone on apps like Session, which is safer than texting because, like, it's harder for them to tap in directly to that. Tor, again, for more anonymous required things, but do not use a VPN with Tor. It will make the opposite happen. Do not use Proton VPN. This is bad. Proton Mail, but only as throwaway accounts, only to make an account that you will never use again. Mullvad, no logs on VPNs. If you really want to, pay for Mullvad through crypto. Use Monero. I don't know how to use Monero. I haven't learned that one yet. Privacy Badger, uBlock Origin, Tracker Blockers, F-Droid, FOSS App Store. That's on Android. I'm not actually sure if that one works. I need to test that one out. But I did see as an option. And Sync Thing is a peer-to-peer encrypted backup. I wouldn't trust it, but if you're like, if you're not particularly worried and you don't do anything much, like, you don't have to get this serious. And then we get to smartphones. So your phone is a portable spy, GPS, mic, camera, IMEI, app telemetry, all of this stuff. It is constantly spying on you. The things you can do is get a dumb phone, not have a phone, buy a Google Pixel only, and use Graphene OS, which is the current best, like, encryption model for a smartphone, but even that is crackable. I don't know why I kept signal here. Session. You get for having a bot write your fucking thing. Alternatives, Calyx OX and OSN Simple Mobile Tools. This can work on Androids. Not sure how worth doing it is. I haven't honestly hardened my phone because if I ever want to do something that I don't want my phone to pick up on, I'm just going to put that in a Faraday bag inside another Faraday bag and then go put that somewhere I'm not and then do the thing I'm going to do. So, like, you know, if I don't want anyone to see, no one's going to see. I don't need, to really, hide that way. Gotta test your Faraday bags. Some of them suck. Yep, said that earlier. Make sure that you, like, test them all. You gotta put your phone in it, close it, then call your phone. See if it goes off. There are detectors for, like, other bits too. Like, you don't really need to get that serious unless you're, let's say, right before you go to a protest. Make sure it is really blocking all of the waves, not just, like, you know, your radio waves, but also telemetry, RF, EF, EMF, all of those. Needs to block all of it because they will find it, and you don't bring that shit with you anyway. Then you can use those. Uninstall unused apps. ADB disable bloat. So as in, like, go through and get rid of everything that you don't need. Turn off everything that you're not using. Turn off location services. Turn off touch to, like, what is it called? Like NP or something, NCP or whatever, where it's like you tap your phone to pay. That's like an actual option that's constantly emitting rays. You turn that off. You turn off biometrics. Turn off your thumb scanner. Turn off your phone, like face recognition. Put in a either passphrase, which is 3 to 4 separate words with varying capitalizations and varying numbers and, like, stuff throughout. Also be aware if you're, like, hiding from a drone at night for whatever fucking reason. Like, I'm not gonna judge, you know, maybe we're talking, maybe someone in Ukraine is hearing this, you know, like, doesn't matter. If you're hiding from a drone at night, your phone, like, bumping a button in your pocket and trying to read your face is going to set off an incredibly bright light that thermal imaging is going to see. and then you're going to get caught by the drone. So like, be aware of that. You can visibly see what's emitted by the facial recognition scan. I'm not sure if thermal is the right thing, but my neighbor's hunting me down for loud music. Hey, it happens, you know? It happens. Like I gave an example earlier. What if like your ex is the chief of police in your town and is crazy and is specifically just trying to fuck with you because you broke up with them for being a shitty incel and they got a warrant against you for something you didn't do? That's an example in which you didn't break the law, but you need to run from the law. Also, learn how to create these kinds of examples in your mind, because wording things in this manner matters. Not only, again, because it gets around, you know, certain rules that might have issue with some of the things that you want to say, but also because it hides what you're intending to do. You want throwaway noise out there. You want bullshit with the reality so that the AI is analyzing you and creating a profile of you. Don't have everything correct. Get rid of all of the data that you ever have given to Facebook. Not to say that they don't already have it, but like, you know, don't keep adding your new job and your birthdays and like your anniversary. Don't start adding that shit there. Stop doing that. If you're going to post something, be aware. Do it with intention. Revoke, disable all unnecessary access to anything, as we went over. You can do that like on Android. You can just go to search and write permission manager in the search bar, and you will get the permissions manager where you can see every app that's interacted with any of these permissions in the last like 7 days or whatnot. Yeah. Again, you don't really need to worry about like sensitive browsing with Tor or whatnot. Like you're not hackers here. We're trying to talk about trying not to get like arrested for Twitch chats and being able to go to a protest. So for my only posting like all year is just Twitch chats. Good. I hope this email that you have connected to this account isn't connected to anything else long like Homo sapien. That it's brand new, fresh, and exists only for this. VPN, again, don't use Proton. Molvad only. Avoid free ones. All, like, every VPN that you've ever had shilled for you on YouTube is fake. The YouTuber is telling you to buy a VPN for, like, them to make money off of it, like a sponsorship. They're lying to you. It's not going to be useful for you. Molvad, you should buy, and they're not paying me for it, so, you know. Can you use the EU's rights to be forgotten to erase all your Twitch logs? No, because Twitch exists in America and will lie to the EU because they know that they won't check. It just can't be used against you as an EU citizen living in the EU, but they'll still take it. They'll still keep it and they'll still feed it to the AI. Everything that you type, even if you don't hit send, is online forever. Even if you don't hit send. If you erase what you wrote, it's there. Your mouse movements, everything. All of it. How many fingers you type with, how quickly you type. Maybe Twitch wiped them every 10 years. I doubt it. I doubt it. Because Amazon was gathering data for AI shit ages ago. They're the biggest company in the world. To like at least Americans' perspective. And they gather a lot of data from it. What you buy, why you buy it, you know, how much you're typing gibberish only from now on. Well, a good way to, like, let's say if you want to send a chat, right? It's a good example. Desolate Mirror. Let's say you want to chat on Twitch, but you don't want it to be connected to you. Let's say you made a throwaway account, right? You could write out what you want to write in chat and then translate that to another language, like let's say German, and then translate that back to English, copy that, and paste that. Now you haven't, you know, like it's not your writing style. You haven't exactly typed it out. Like you can fuck around bits and pieces there. Also, like learning Linux might be a useful skill. I'm terrified to start, but you know, it is what it is. If you are EU, you can request that your data be removed. Most companies will comply, but it's not all of that data. It's focused on, yeah, look, they might comply and they might tell you that they did. If they're not keeping the data, they're selling it anyway. Well, that's true. So, like, even if you're not afraid of, like, getting, like, you know, shit done to you, it's best to just do this so you don't make them more money. Change MAC addresses, rooted only on your phone. Don't root your phone. Don't jailbreak the phone. It will create more exploits, not less. Faraday pouches for max privacy. Disable Bluetooth NFC. That's what it was. Sync thing, local encrypted backups, not Google or iCloud. Never Google or iCloud. Backup on offline devices that never connect to the internet ever. Like, you want to, like, go and grab a laptop or, I don't know, like an old junker PC and erase everything on it and have it exist offline solely so that you could keep, like, drives on it and transfer data to it. Or I have a Linux laptop. It's fun. I want to make a Linux laptop. I'm scared. What do you run on it? Because I want to run either Unix or, like, PickSecure. Get a nice rig with swappable disk. That's also true, but, like, that's money. Like, I'm talking about if what you have laying around. Worst case, literally just like any old, like, USB, which, by the way, never ever 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 find a USB that you don't know is not exactly yours and that you just dropped it and put it into your computer. Ever. Use it like a trash junker computer for that one. You have no idea. Could be the Russians. The Vatniks could just show up and drop that for you. Ubuntu. Oh, yeah. I would start with it, but I like to just jump right into the deep end. So yeah, turn off location, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, all of that. At the very least, that will help. If you do at least the 8 steps listed in the digital footprint audit, which really is just being repeated over there, and do it for your PC and your smartphone. Do these two. You will be safer than most people. Most Americans have significantly more information than this constantly transmitting. So, like, don't doomer. There's a lot you can do. And remember that these people think that they can create an all-knowing, all-seeing, omniscient God like AI and control it. Because that's what they're doing. Let's be clear here. If this AI gets to be predictive, has all of the information in the world, and makes policy, it is a godlike AI. That's what they're trying to build. It's unknowable, its thoughts. Like, we can't think, we don't know what it's thinking. We don't know what it's going to do. It knows all, it sees all. They're literally making God. Like, physically. Maybe because they can't handle God not being real. All right, I know we're right around like 5 hours in stream end time, but I still want to talk about the human safari that was going on in Kherson. Would you guys like to see that today, or should I pop it in there tomorrow? 1's in chat for today, 2's in chat for tomorrow. I gotta go pee, and then I will be back, and then and we'll see, because I do have a couple more funny things to show you at the very least. me realizing that I forgot to put what's it called? Mascara on today when I did my makeup for stream. Really? None of you will care? No votes? No votes? Are we just gonna keep going? Okay. I guess we'll keep going. I still see you guys watching. That's good. Make sure to go drop a like on the stream, guys. Please, please, please. All right, now we're gonna jump on to Ukraine, where we have some good news, some actually like quite funny news, as well as some bad news, but like we know who's doing this shit now, and like there's gonna be consequences. So it's not the worst news. Hold on. Let me open these links up. We got our friend Preston and his video, but Zomi, our resident Ukrainian war geospawner over here, has some direct information that's actually fucking horrifying. But first, I suppose we can take a little celebratory glance at another Ukraine W. The Security Services of Ukraine reports a new attack on the Kerch Bridge. The operation lasted several months. Security Services agents mined the supports of the bridge and activated the first explosives today at 4:44 a.m. First explosive, okay. The underwater supports of the bridge were severely damaged at the bottom level. 1,100 kilograms of explosives and TNT equivalent was used. Jesus Christ. So this bridge connects Russia to Crimea, and it is one of the primary ways that they work towards, you know, carrying people and armor across into Crimea. Now, no one was hurt in this. The people were not on the bridge. They were waiting until there was no one on the bridge. The bridge did not collapse. The Russians are reporting it as like it's fine, like nothing's gonna happen. But I'm sorry, I don't believe that 1,100 kilograms of TNT damaging the supports of the bridge underwater did not have it may not be immediate, but that bridge is going to fall. You kidding me? You broke, like, you blew up some of the main supports. You damaged them severely. As well as, you know, taking out 33% of Russia's nuclear fleet. But you know what? I feel like we should do the Preston video first, because
Human Safari,
those who don't know will get a bit more of a breakdown of what actually happens here, and then we can look at some of the horrifying data that comes from it. I can already see the viewers dropping. You cowards, you don't want to feel uncomfortable. See, this is what we were talking about with the differences in the brain, is being able to engage in this kind of like action by watching things you don't like and talking about them, discussing them. That is literally working out. You are exercising your critical thinking. You are exercising your introspection. You are exercising your ability to get past your anxiety, your trauma, your stress, your absolutism. You're using your cognitive ability to cope.
Human Safari is never a term that you want to hear. Unfortunately, it's what best describes Russian drone.
Forcing yourself to do it sucks, but it makes your brain bigger. Forcing yourself to go for a run sucks, but it gets easier the more you do it. Every time you do it. Some of us do need to hit the sack soon. I do understand that, SN. Look, I did say one's in chat if you want to continue, or we can do this next time, because this is a long segment. It's a 30-minute video, and I want to do this shit justice. So, actually, like, I do know in America right now it is quite late. Let me see. What's it on West Coast time? It's like 10 p.m. on the West Coast. I don't know. Any opinions from those in chat? Because it doesn't seem like anyone's all that active today. Actually, I am gonna save this one. Fuck it. I want this I want justice for this, so I'm gonna wait until next stream and then actually properly analyze it. Instead, then I will just show you one final thing that was funny to me, and then we can wrap it up. Where are you? Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, here it is. This is the average UK reform voter.
Look at how absolutely gorgeous the seaside is. Small boats, small boats, small boats. There better not be any bloody small boats around here. That's an absolutely wonderful idea. I will have a small boat. I mean, small scoop of ice cream iced immigrants. Is that a fucking dinghy? Gorgeous. Sun in the sky, wind in the hair, calm sea. Very calm sea. Who's going to be taking advantage of that? Good day for dinghies. I just adore feeling the sand between my small boat's hands. Interesting. Absolutely nothing about...
If you're confused as to the context, the British are fucking, like, rabid at the idea of immigrants using small boats to cross the English Channel. Which, like, does happen, but it's not a lot.
Small boats, though. Just bicycles not allowed. Hang about. What the fuck are these? Fucking small boats! Those down the beach, we've got an invasion. As I suspected, every single one of them gone. They're now living among us with their small boats. Where the fuck have they gone? They're newly grounded, I just know it. Everybody acting calm like small boats haven't just landed. Where are you? What the hell
This is what is produced, by the way. Like, we're laughing at this, but this is actually how their brains are behaving. Because of the media they engage with. Like, this is not all that far off. I mean, like, obviously it's satire, but from, like, this bit on, I could see this being reality.
Those down the beach, we've got an invasion. As I suspected, every single one of them gone. They're now living among us with their small boats. Where the fuck have they gone? They're newly grounded, I just know it. Everybody acting calm like small boats haven't just landed. Where are you? What the hell is this? They're literally selling small boats. Right, it's time to go. It's been a wonderful day.
Oh god, they're insane. Holy shit, there is a lot of people streaming that we could rate. Like, a lot of people that y'all like. I'm just gonna pick one at random and we'll see how it goes. I'm not even gonna, like, look, I'm just gonna click. Scroll, 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 scroll. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Good pick. Good pick. You guys deserve something chill. Alright. I will see you guys on Friday. I'm not going to stream tomorrow because I will be using that time to try and edit and make a video. Thanks for popping in, and I hope you all have a lovely, lovely evening. See you next time.